Hey, my wonderful, wonderful, wonderful people. Hello, 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 hello. Welcome to the chat today. How's everybody keeping? Let me see who's here. We have nice buzz going already. Wow. Hi, Atlanta. Hi, Yvette. Hello. Hi, Amy. Hi, Brittany. Hi, Lucy. Hi, Serena. Chris. Oh, who else? Andrea. Hi. Hi, Auntie. Hi, Jeanette. Gail. Hi, Vera. Hi. I just discovered at the very last moment that we have kind of the same name to our live. I am sorry if I took yours. If I did take yours, it was totally a subconscious thing. I did not mean to. Who else? Oh, hi, Jana. Hi, Amy. Serena. Did I say Serena already? I think I did. Hi, Paula. Hi, Debbie. Hi, Robin. Wow. Okay, where are you? I don't have patent on it. No, I just, would feel bad if you were using that all the time and suddenly I just, grab it and start using it as well. I really didn't mean to do that, but yeah. Probably, it's kind of catchy. That's why I somehow, use that as a name for my stream. The WIP-s thing. Atlanta. Oh, yes. What is happening with Atlanta? Oh, procedure was successful. Yay. Now, you do need to take it easy. You do understand it and chill and let yourself to kind of heal. Not kind of heal. Just pure plain heal. I discovered that I always known that I have this stupid parasite thing. I keep saying kinda all the time. If I catch it, I kind of see already doing it again. I suppress it, but it's very hard to suppress because I'm not always conscious of saying that. Okay, I did see everybody. Chris, after the stream this morning, I tried to rest, but the cramps got worse. One neighbor took me to the ER. Oh no! I hope I was checked and ended up with all these lumbar muscle spasm, sciatica, urinary. Oh my gosh. That's a lot. I hope you're taking it easy. Everybody is like, have your antibiotics and painkillers. Oh. Gosh, I've been feeling awful this week as well, although nothing as serious as what you're saying, but this heat here has not been good to me. I've whined before how little I care for heat, and this week really hit us. It's the hottest June day in history of Ireland was this week. It's like sleep was not something I could do easily. So yeah, it wasn't great. But hey, today is the first day that, although it was still warm, but it's easing a little bit. And there was a little bit of a rain as well, so it feels a bit fresher. It doesn't feel as close and humid and almost like difficult to breathe, the weather. So. Oh, hi! Hello! Hi, Andrea! Did I call people? Sorry about my dog. But nothing is going to happen. I can only say sorry, alright? Nothing will change. It's like a little bomb in the corner. Vera, sorry I'm leaving already. In need for shower and bed. Fun of your stream, dear. Oh, I understand the need for the shower. It's super hot you're in Netherlands, aren't you, Vera? It's super hot there as well. Love those colors, Annika. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, Atlanta. No, I'm sorry, Annika, my head is melting. That is so understandable. Bye, 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 Vera. 31 degrees. Yeah, we had the same. I had in Ireland, like, if it's 23, 24, it's hot. If it goes anywhere near 30, you're flipping dying, you know? It's bad. And on Thursday, when I got to the car, I don't remember what exactly I went to do, some sort of an errand. I looked at the temperature and it was 35 degrees. That is deadly. In Ireland, it feels literally like you're baking and boiling. And the humidity, and it's just, it's different heat. Hi, Shen, they say. Debbie, it's actually chilly, rainy, and gloomy in Ohio, USA. Well, hi, Shen, you haven't woken Mom up yet. Oh, yeah, both Chris and Atlanta, you really, 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 really need to be good to yourselves. I hope you are. I hope you're not being naughty and overdoing it. We will know. Gail, it's 31 in my bedroom. This heat needs to stop. Exactly. And nobody here has air conditioning in the house. It's just not something it's very super rare. I've been coping with ice packs and fan going at maximum speed, but yeah, it's not good. I haven't really slept for a week. Do you have a basement? Basements also are not really thing here. That took me by surprise, but basements here are actually super rare in houses, especially in the modern ones. When I grew up, basement, if you had a house, you would have basement. That was just given. And in States also, our relatives are in States, and we know some people in States. And if you have a house, you most certainly have a basement. Here, no basement, so I can't even go there and kind of dig myself into the ground. I remember when I was a kid, if it was super, super hot, you could go into the basement and it was always cool there. What coloring book is this image from? Oh, sorry, I'm getting totally distracted by your chat. I will get eventually to coloring as well. Lucy, Annika, Maria sent me the cutest happy mail. Maria is wonderful. She's so generous. I'm always feeling like, oh, like I can never, gather as much as nice stuff as she does. Her packages are just amazing. Gail, you poor ladies. Yeah. Oh, Jeanette, we have just come from the garden. The house is still stuffy. I feel for you. This coloring book, sorry, I forgot. Once again, got distracted. This is coloring book Animals by Camilla Garofano, one of my all-time favorite coloring books. I consider her coloring books essentially one coloring book. There's 3 of them, but one I don't have here. One is this one, which is dinosaurs, and one is unicorns. And to me, they almost work as, if I'm talking about coloring books and favorite coloring books, I essentially consider these 3 as, well, there's 2, but the 3 of them as one book, because I can't pick between them. Between these 2 especially, unicorns are possibly my least favorite of hers, mainly because it's just one character or one creature all throughout the book, whereas there's huge variety and very fun imagery in dinosaurs. And I'm not going to show you my finished page for this month. I actually did double page spread there. I actually finished it. I'm very proud of myself. I want to finish that one as well, but I kind of want to do a little gouache mini tutorial with at least one of those dinosaurs. I think it would be really cute little mini tutorial, so I just filmed the process of doing one of them. I hope to do that maybe tomorrow, if the weather is permitting and if circumstances are permitting. And I do, in this book, I also have, like, I just love it. I actually would love to do that donkey. It's just so cute. And it also feels super summery, doesn't it? Oh, sorry. Losing the track. Onto, yeah, most areas in US, the houses have basements. Yeah, I would love to have a basement. Not only because it's cool in the summer, but it would also be a great area to have things like your storage areas and maybe some sort of a, I don't know, craft area or out of the way kind of or the messy stuff you want to do, little workshop type of a thing, which, you know, always used to be in Estonian basements. You store your preserves or jams and stuff like that there. I have some sort of a food storage, like dry pantry type of a thing there, and so on and so on. I would love to have a basement. Lucy, same in Brazil. Gail, it's only spiders that live in our kind of basements. Oh, well, I'm not actually the worst with spiders. I actually, well, not probably. By spiders, I mean those small house spiders, which are actually super useful to have in the house. They catch the flies and, you know, all sorts of little bugs, nasties. So I actually like these spiders. I don't have anything against them. And when I grew up, for example, killing a spider was a bad luck. So yeah, I don't have anything against spiders, but I am, if they become those nasties, you know, the venomous ones and they're very big and, you know, fluffy and scary looking and super colorful occasionally, then I get slightly terrified, yes. It's just an excuse for us to get together and chat. Sorry, I missed individual hellos. Meds are making me sleepy, and it's 3:09 p.m. It is fine. I have this. Talked about that before. I have this rhinitis, which has occasionally really bad flares, which I got from the pregnancy. It's a, you know, yeah, the whole long story. But basically, the only thing, if I have a really bad flare, there's one specific pill that lets me to breathe and stop sneezing for a while, but it totally knocks me out. So I usually can only take it in the evening because I can't do it when I'm at work, for example, because my head just wants to drop onto the desk. Ilex, I have a coloring book published by Ilex Press. This is White Star Kids. Oh, okay, sorry. I thought we were talking about this book that Ilex. Ilex. Oh, hi, Ilex. I was wondering why people are talking about Ilex. Hi, Ilex. Hi, well, actually, hi, Holly. Now I see. You're actually giving us your name. Here we go. Ilex. That is so cool. I want Atlanta. I want a book by that illustrator so bad. This one is still on Amazon, at least some of them. Not sure about if all of them are. And occasionally you get them like in French edition as well, or other language editions, but it doesn't really change anything in these because there's no text. I don't know, of course, if the paper is going to be the same, but paper in this White Star Kids takes a lot of abuse. It's pretty good paper. Doesn't feel very thick or anything. It's still paper. It's not cardstocky. Actually, I like this one as well. I like what I've started with these sheep here. It is, yeah, nice paper. Takes water pretty well. Water-based markers can sometimes do a bit of ghosting here, but it takes quite a lot of abuse before it starts complaining. Auntie, I would love for the art hall to be in the basement, but the whole thing is full of stuff. That would probably happen to the basement in this house as well. Uh, okay, let me see. It has been a while. We don't have basements in the swamp either. Yet they flood separate. That makes sense, and Ireland is quite boggy, so I guess that would be one of the reasons that basements are fairly rare here. Some older houses definitely have them, but in newer builds, it's almost never a thing. No basements in Florida also makes sense. Kind of a swampy areas. Uh, Chris, the only spiders that tolerate are the garden spiders. They kill the black widows, common here, mosquitoes, and other nasty bugs. Yeah, I'm okay with most spiders as long as they don't get big, fluffy, and vicious looking. There's already a very fabulous holly in the community. Okay, Ilex. I'll try to remember to call you Ilex instead of Holly. You can call me Jana too if you want. Yeah, we have several Janas and Janas, so we kind of try to differentiate. Atlanta, she's an illustrator of one of my paint by water. Oh, I didn't know that she's done anything like that. Hi, Diane! She's my favorite group. Oh, we do have a good group, though. I gotta admit, we are cool. I feel like I'm one of the cool kids. Damn it. I'm absolutely annoyed. This is my beloved water bottle, okay? And I love it because it's so big, it takes the whole liter of water. Anyway, it's perfect. But the other day, a couple of days ago, I was coming down the stairs and I had loads of stuff in my hands, and somehow this one slipped and it fell onto the stairs, and this spout fell off, kind of flew off. I managed to push it back, but now it only gets water out if it's absolutely and perfectly like straight. If it's a little bit angled, you just get weird sucking noises and no water. And it annoys the heck out of me because it was my perfect bottle. And now I've ruined it. I've ruined it. Oh, Emma. Oh, hi, Emma. Hi. Lock your kid out of your stuff. The animals in this book, yes, they are. They are so cute. There are a couple of pages like this as well, which I probably will never do. I'm not wallpaper person. I can't do repetitive too much. It just bores the heck out of me, which pretty much tells you a lot about me. So, yeah. And certain, yeah, it's just so cute. Anyways, I have that whip that I would love to do something there with. I have 2 whips here, but I need to work here. Actually, I don't think I'm going to go for this one today because I would need to just do some watercolor layers on this one before I get in with pencils. I want to create more depth and put colors at the front and stuff like that. But I would like to, get to that one maybe this month a bit. Maybe I should just put some, I want to put color on those birds. Something fairly dark. Then, I would love to, I would love to finish this page, but at this stage, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that in June. But I would love to. Because it's kind of, the final push, there's a bit of pencil, because I won't put much pencil in it, and then some gel pen and acrylic marker work, and it would be done. And it's going to be fun. Atlanta, yes, after all, we are the famous chat today. I tell everyone I have to attend this stream at 2 p.m. Saturday. It's good for boundary keeping. Andrea thanks Annika book will arrive on Gosh. Okay. Good. In all the fairness, they are great books. Was the noise of your bottle? I thought you sneezed. Yeah, exactly. And this is a tragedy. I can, like, this, if the spout is even a little bit like this angled, it just makes that awful noise. Like that. It's just awful. And it annoys the heck out of me. It has to be perfectly straight. And then I get still my water out, but now it's just pure annoying me. Oh god, those owls go hard. Those owls, I like those owls as well. They came out really fun. Like, what's not to love about neon owls? We put a lot of neon on there. I actually did that during the stream, most of it. At least big part of it. Not like totally most of it, but quite a lot of it I actually did during the stream. What is happening about me having to start 3 hours earlier? Excuse me? Lucy, okay, Atlanta, I should be all healed up by then and will finally be able to submerge myself in water. I've never been bride, never mind a bridesmaid. It's as boring as it sounds. Yeah, I've never been a bridesmaid, but I can only imagine that it would be, yes. I don't really like big parties and weddings, or like, that was never my thing. So let's be honest, I'm probably not the one to talk to about wedding traditions. I'm never gonna be into it. I've always been like, just in, why one day? Rather, I would take that money and do something with it, invest it into the future, or just use it to do something together rather than have this huge and often like pointlessly expensive day. It's just, my brain doesn't cope with that very well. I will have to start 3 hours earlier next week. Do I? Bridesmaids are fashion shows. Okay. Alex, I don't know what I'll be when I get married. A bride, a groom, a spouse to be. Lucy, Emma, it's the second time I was invited to be a bridesmaid, and yes, it's boring. And there's so much work. I imagine going into it. From first, you have to get the costumes, and there's the outfit trying on type of a things, and then there's on the day you probably have all the makeup and hair, and oh no. Andrea, Annika, recently I purchased 5 of the Fabiana Attanasio fairy tale books, 1 of the children books you have shown recently, and now this Camilla book, all thanks to you. Oh no. I'm honestly not trying to sell your stuff. Although it's nice to know that you really like the books that I'm coloring in, because I think they're cool. I love these books. What do I cover my books with? I don't cover every book. Occasionally, if the book gets a lot of love, or if I just feel like covering them. This specific one, I actually have a video about that. If you look in my archive, I have a video about coloring books. 3 different ways I color them, and 3 different materials. And these are actually pre-cut covers, although they don't fit them exactly. You have to kind of cut them and make them to fit the book. But I do like the kind of a texture on this. I like that material, and I like that it's not very shiny. It doesn't give the glare. But now I found on Amazon, finally, I found a roll of matte kind of contact paper, because most contact papers are shiny and I don't want them shiny. But I found a roll of matte contact paper, which is essentially plastic covering. Swamp creature. Am I the only one who's done a lot of coloring this month, but not actually complete any pages? Yeah, that was me as well. I feel like I have done coloring. Although this, especially during the main heat wave moments, things have slowed down. I just can't spend too much time here in the evenings. This room gets evening sun, So I can't work in this room when the sun is still out, even if I did have time, because it's just, oh no, it's baking here, even with the fan on. And when it's dark, it's still quite hot. So I do have more limited coloring time. Okay, so when my parents got married, they got married at the registry office and went shopping after. Yep. We went to Estonia to get married because it was just easier for my parents. Neither of them were. Dad would have probably been able to travel, but mom wasn't really a traveling person, and it was just us and our parents and my brother because he lives there. And that was it. That was it. That was all the people we had. It was very, very contained. The actual registry office thing, although very beautiful and really lovely. And we went out for a beautiful restaurants afterwards, and we had wonderful cake and wonderful meal. And then when we came back here, we just had a bit of a party. Very relaxed type of a more casual party without super fancy dresses or anything. Had it in a hotel. And it was really great. And didn't feel like huge pressure or anything. I didn't have to wreck my head over color schemes and flowers and invites and whatever. It was just very chill. Okay, talk about my unique books. Yes, I do love myself a quirky book. I do. I've looked. I think I looked at some of your videos there, Chris, and you have some cool, like that Godzilla book. Was so calling to me. I'm trying not to give in too much, but one book that I gave in and I kind of want to really, 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 really get into is it's been tempting me for ages. Okay, it's not an impulse. I've just finally gave in. I've been looking at it for yonks, and it's that one. I haven't touched it yet, but I've been wanting it for so long. Alex, I just want a convention for my friend who lives far away. Okay, my fiance also wants good music and good food. Cajun Italian blend to blend our heritages. That actually sounds really nice. I love Italian food. Cajun is a bit on the spicy side for me. I'm a bland person. Like, give me bland foods. Baby food, please. But Italian, love Italian. I love Japanese kitchen and I love Italian kitchen a lot. I could live off sushi if I could. Not just, that, but I just love Japanese food. We talk about weddings now. Lucy, me and Bear, we will get married on a farm, on the woods, with just few close friends and relatives. That actually sounds like heaven. I don't want anything of patterns of clothes, etc. Totally understand that. Lucy, I don't understand why weddings are so important, like seems big-headed. Oh, look, everyone, come look at us getting married. Aren't we special? Well, it is a special day. I'm not arguing about that, but it's just, I think it's bloody taken too far. It's taken to absolute extremes. People are taking out loans. Literal loans. They're crippling themselves financially and sometimes crippling their parents financially by demanding that they finance the whole holy affair. And I'm like, why? Why? Just use that money to make your life easier. No. But Lucy's idea just sounds mwah, chef's kiss. Lucy, and we do a witchy hand fasting ceremony. That is cool. And then we go to a rustic all-you-can-eat buffet. That's perfect. Yeah. And somebody else, of course. No cooking from my side. But yeah. Auntie, go, Godzilla. Hi, Miyuna. Is it Mayona or Miona? I'm so sorry. And Bear will use a kilt. That is his only requirement. Kilts are awesome. Technically, a lot of people associate kilts with Scotland, but technically it's Irish folk clothing or folk costume as well. But you don't see people here. They don't have the same attachment, or people don't really wear kilts here much. But it is in the historically, it's also Irish. But yeah, Scots are very big into it nowadays still, but Irish not really now. Hi Lex, I wish I liked sushi, but food is hard for me. Okay, that's it's a bummer. Jana, yum, makes me hungry for Japanese hibachi. Yes, I would just. Oh, Japanese food is lovely. We were actually having a treat tonight. A treat in a way that I couldn't be bothered to cook. My husband is away this weekend. He went to Wales. He does, I don't know if you've heard of that, park run. It's on Saturday mornings in some public area. It's a free 5 kilometer run. And he does that every Saturday, has done for years, almost religiously, unless he's totally dying. He's going to do it. He's very good like that. Unlike me, like I'm useless, but he does that. And they, as a group from our area, Shannon area, the local park run, they went to do, I think there's certain places that you kind of collect letters. There's a lot of cities and places have them, and there's certain letters that are very hard to get. And they went to Wales. What was the name of that place again? Don't remember anyway. None of them had that letter, so they went to Wales specifically as a crowd to get that letter. Of a park run, and then they of course going to spend the weekend there. He's going to come back tomorrow. And I was like, I'm not going to cook. It's just me and the kids. And we decided, well, my son pretty much was like, maybe we should get a takeaway. So we got a takeaway. And they were happy out. We got Chinese tonight. Peter, the good thing about plastic horses is that you can sell them when you get bored of them. Atlanta, my first boyfriend proposed to me that way, but I was too dumb to say yes. I had the opposite kind of wedding. Oh. Alex, I might wear a fancy black and white suit. Joey doesn't want to wear a tuxedo. He wants to be comfortable. Absolutely understandable. Holy affair. Our affair will be blessed by Odin. Exactly. I think I saw somewhere that the average wedding now costs 45 grand. Ouch. That's just stupid money to spend on one day. Excuse me, I know that's super important to a lot of people, and I might be pissing on someone's parade, but really, no, it doesn't compute for me, okay? I was like opposite. Imagine if instead of divorce, I sold my ex-husband. Me like Do-Re-Mi. My wedding was... what was I wearing? I was wearing really deep red top with kind of a like low shoulders, fitted, the kind of a fancy trim around the neckline, or and a black skirt. And that was it. I was never going to wear white. White is the worst color on me. Genuinely, I look awful in white. I look like a really exhausted nurse who has been working about 4 shifts in a row with maybe 1.5 hours sleep between each of them. I look terrible in white, in pure white. So, Glitcher, you'd be in a special Netflix documentary. Kilts are really, 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 really itchy. Are they now? I've never tried one on. Good to know, good to know. Kanika, I have one of these cozy coloring books, Monsters. I don't know if you have seen that one, but I think you would like it. It's very funny. Monsters. I'm not usually big into cozy coloring. This one, I just bought it because these characters, they are my childhood. The paper it's not thick, it's quite thin, but it's not Amazon paper. It's something a bit nicer. Like step up. I'm not saying it's a huge step, but it's a step up. And the illustrations here are, from what I can see, they are the actual illustrations of Tove Jansson, who is the author of the original Moomin books. These ones, some of them I totally recognize from books. Some of them are like, they've pulled this image out and put some fairly silly background. I would prefer not to have those silly roses behind her. But there are definite scenes that I do recognize, that they were in the books, that they are actual illustrations. This one doesn't make any sense to me. But the likes of that, they actually do. Pretty sure that they are actually from the original books. Not all of them, but some are very, very familiar to me. And Moomin books, I grew up with them, and they are my huge favorite still. So, yeah, I just had to have it. I haven't touched it yet. I'm pretty sure this one was definitely there somewhere. Some of them seem to be later ones. It's kind of weird mix. But because I love the characters so much, I'm willing to put up with some weirdness as well. It's just wonderful, wonderful books. Anyways, Jeanette, my wedding was 49 years ago, and I wore my mom's wedding dress, a small wedding of 50. That's reasonable. A small buffet at her local pub after her church wedding. A perfect day. Yeah. To my soulmate. Absolutely. Yeah. Santa Uanica, that's an awful work schedule. And all the fiancés and boyfriends after my divorce wanted me goth gone. Alex, Joe and I have been together for nearly 12 years. We sat down and talked about getting engaged instead of any grand, spontaneous proposals. Yeah, I never had huge, very super romantic proposal either. I probably wouldn't have been very good about it because they super romantic and over the top gestures just make me slightly uncomfortable and, kind of snort slightly because I just don't do very well with big gestures. Simple heart to heart conversation works much better for me. And my husband, now husband, knew better than trying to do something like that. He's not that sort of a romantic either. He's not a gesture type of a romantic. He is just quietly a wonderful husband every day, which I muchly prefer to big occasional romantic gestures, which at the end don't amount to much. To be honest, I don't think I could love anyone more than I love my dogs, aside from my kids. Makes sense. Lucy, I have no idea what I will get married in. My boyfriend just wants a guilt requirement for him, and for me, he says just be there. Oh, but see, that's it. That's the perfect attitude. That is the perfect attitude. Never entertained getting married before, so I have no clue. Atlanta, Annika, I want one of those regular everyday husbands. Exactly. That is the best sort of a husband. What use is being shitty or not very thoughtful or just kind of slightly misogynistic or whatever, not there when you need them, but you know, when it makes a gesture, it's going to be wonderful gestures. Like, those gestures don't really feed my soul. Him being there when I need him being supportive when I need a shoulder, that's what, for me, is romantic and amounts to a good marriage and good partnership. So yeah, I was never into this one. Also, I want to do a little bit shading on that dress and that box here. Maybe, I don't know if I'm going to get the box, and I want to put some shadow on the ground. This won't take huge amount of time, and then I need to do some gel pen work on that, which I won't do on the camera because you people will drop down with boredom if I start doing that on camera. Alex, my daughter, sometimes says she's non-binary. But it's a peaceful life. Bear sounds wonderful. Bear sounds very much like my Mr. Fumbles. Bear sounds just a good partner. She's only 10 though. I'm guessing she's trying things on for size. Beautiful green woes of the world. Exactly. All the misery of the world in one box. I should maybe kind of draw in a little bit of a hope somewhere, as I should have put it in like a tiny puff of pink smoke, but it's too late now because I filled everything with green. What I should have done when I did all that smoke coming out of there, I should have made one puff of pink smoke coming there. Maybe I should try it with the, well, it doesn't really feel as deliberate as that, but I should have put in one of those strands would be pink, which would be the tiny bit, the last thing, the hope that is coming out from that box as well. Everything else is slightly vicious. And then there's hope. I'd like a non-racist husband who didn't come from a family wealth instead of a tree. Family wreath instead of a tree. Unlikely round here though. Okay. Okay, I now get it. Okay. Janet, I think you do is boring. Annika, thank you. Winter. Hi, Winter. Wow, what did I stumble into? Yeah, we're talking about marriage here today. This is our coloring chat. Lucy, Atlanta, I was engaged to a British dude before Bear, and he was a nice person, but his family was not. And I think he would be a great husband. See? You can kind of bring them together. Auntie Winter, non-binary dinosaur weddings, I think. That's pretty much sums it up, yes. I also want to put a little bit of a shading into this one. I'm not sure if I want to do it with watercolors or if I would just go in with a bit of pencil. I'm not sure. This paper is very, very, very smooth, but I have watercolor here now, so it might have a little bit more grip because I was struggling with this paper with pencils. But I love Peppy, so Peppy Longstocking, so I'd like to kind of do a quick shading. I'm not going to put much shading into it, because the artist, Elon Wickland is the artist, and her shading, which is, once again, my childhood thing, very nostalgic, and her coloring is essentially flat. She doesn't usually have any shading at all. That is my old book. It's so great. Those books are fantastic. Astrid Lindgren is required reading. I like. Oh, I see. I didn't realize I was done by now to 25. Lucy, but my old in-law hated me because I was foreigner and not have more noble manners. Gosh, noble manners. Okie doke. Because that's the most important thing about a person. Ugh. Sorry, need the constant drink. You were like this posh rich stuff ate for me. Dinosaur, I'm only 30. Alex, you're precious. Sisters in arts. Oh. Am I allowed the dinosaur wedding even if I'm not non-binary? If you have a consent from a dinosaur. Oh, I love our chat. Our chats are the best. Okay. Now, once again, if you want me to, once I start coloring, I won't be able to pay as much attention to the chat anymore. So please, if you want something that is definitely addressed to me, just put it full in caps, all right? Just reminding that this way I'm more likely to stumble across it if you are directly asking me a question, because I can otherwise just miss things. I am so sorry. Lucy, I'll always remember my ex going on about how rich his parents were. I was so disappointed to see their house. It was just a normal house, no chandeliers or anything. Yeah, that's the measure of wealth, a chandelier. I don't like chandeliers, by the way. Oh, I never particularly was. I just don't consider them particularly pretty. They just look like something that somebody has to work really, really hard to clean. They would be hell to clean. I don't know. My practical, non-romantic soul looks at chandelier and says, gosh, this thing, ugh, I don't want to think about dusting that awful thing. I think at least the chandelier. Okay, so here I just need to finish a little bit of shading here, a little bit finishing shading on that lantern, and then some gel pen work, which probably isn't, I should do that not on the camera, but I do need to put a little bit more shading in there. I only have the walls of that castle done at the moment, but I kind of discovered that I did it wrong, that I did not look at it properly. And I need to put stronger shadows here in the arch, because that arch goes all the way. It needs to be recessed, so I need to put more shadow in there, which now is quite difficult because I already made the whole area pretty dark. And I need to put shadows in everywhere. But, yeah, that's the main thing. I need to do the watercoloring here in that castle. And I need to put pencils onto this one. This is now fully based. I'm not going to put anything else here with water-based markers, which is what I did all of that with. This is Crayola Super Tips. We did start it on camera. I now have the full base down as far as I'm going to take it with water-based markers. And now it's time to add it a bit of more contrast and some effects and stuff like this, and shadows with pencils. So, which one will I start with? I'm contemplating. Now, I have too many WIP-s. And these are not all my WIP-s, let's be honest, but, you know, these are the ones that I kind of pulled out. Okie doke. Maybe I could do a bit of that red dress. Oh, Lucy, while you're here, I am in the middle of swatching, which I shouldn't really be doing end of month when I have almost nothing done pages-wise, but I have been working on these. I haven't finished yet at even these, and I haven't even gotten to the new colors yet, but I'm swatching out, I'm reorganizing the 120 set that essentially most of them I have already, and I added some from the ones that you sent, and I'm making a nice, neat pencil case now with a new order of the pencils, and I'm swatching them all out nicely because I had lost the old swatch somewhere, so hopefully that will help me a little bit. So I only have the grays now to swatch, and I'm not sure even about the metallics because I'm never using metallics. I don't, maybe they're good, in which case I might use them. But yeah, I've been working on this one. I have to say that some colors I was missing, you know, they are just worn out, and I had to take a replacement from the black tin, 120 tin you sent me. For some reason I took them from there, not from my old, own set, that European set, and I swear to you, they feel slightly creamier than the ones that they sell in Europe. Maybe it's just, I don't know, they just felt slightly creamier. I really like them. Really, really like them. And I'm also doing the swatch for 100 set, so I can compare it to the new 100 set. So yeah, I'm working on these. Dusting is so overrated. Yes, it is. Alex, your coloring makes me want to cry. Okay, I did not want to cause any misery. My ex's parents were that posh they ate Chinese takeaway with chopsticks. Who does that? I like chopsticks. I like eating Japanese food with chopsticks because, I don't know, it just adds to the experience somehow. I don't know, it's not about poshness at all. Just like, I like the fact that I managed to eventually learn it. It took me a while before I got hang of them, and now I'm quite happy that I can eat with them. Annika, you were swatching. Yes, yes, I am. Are you proud of me, Lucy? Are you? Because that, you know how little I love swatching, and I'm actually swatching. Oh dear, Hilux cheese is not that bad. What is this dusting? Andrea, Annika, speaking of this page, would you have any recommendation for similar granulating paint to replace the one you used in Hannah's book? Yes, I would. In a second, I can show you. I'm going to pull out my swatch shots. I can really find them because after I reorganized everything here, I found it. First go. Actually remembered where I put things. And organized my craft room. Things became so much harder to find. Okay, so for that paint, there's nothing that is that I have that is exactly identical. But it doesn't need to be exactly identical. But you could do similar nice effects with. This one is warmer. It's called Mountain Broom. This is White Nights. That is beautiful. But White Nights can be tricky to find, especially these. This is one of the newer colors. Newer granulating colors. Sometimes you can find them on the US websites as well, but most people I know have ordered these from AliExpress, where they are pretty reasonably priced. And which ones would be good as well? Like this is really cool color, and I know they're very hard to find. The one I was using is Kusakabe's Harmonia paints, which I only have one tube myself, and it's called Phantom Mist, just in case some of you didn't see and didn't know. what it was. That's how it looks like, but they are not very easy to find in the West. I only managed to order that one tube. They don't usually, even from Amazon Japan, they don't deliver it to Ireland. I did try to order more of them. They, for some reason, only that one they agreed to deliver to me here. The rest of them that I tried to buy, they said, nope, not selling to Ireland. Then also from White Knights, no, that's not White, oh, that's Rosa Gallery. They have their granulators as well, and that cobalt gray is really nice with slightly cooler undertones. It's a lovely granulator also for walls. Why are you whining, Shen? And this is from White Knights. It's called Grey Violet Granite. And that also, especially here, it looks quite uniform because I think I didn't put enough water, but it does granulate and break down a little bit more when it's more watery application, and gives also interesting walls on its own as a base for coloring. But yeah, not exactly the same. I have some other granulator sets. Let me see if I... Ouchies. All right, found it. These are Mijello 36. I have a sample set which I got from AliExpress. Basically, they come in tubes, but you can get them on AliExpress in these small pans as a sample sets, which to me, that is plenty. Like, I don't need huge amounts of paints. I work in coloring books. And here, if you are diluting them more than this color here, well, it's very hard, like there's no names to them, but if you get one of these little sets, then you definitely find something here that will work for walls. This color would work cool for the walls, more diluted form. This one would work really nice in diluted form. So there's plenty of stuff there that you can definitely find. And the same story, I can't find my Holbein one. I have similar set of Holbein granulators, and they have really beautiful granulators. Look at Holbein. If you have access to some website that sells Holbein granulated watercolors, look at their colors. You can find really lovely colors there as well that would work for something like this. Sorry. Annika, I'm hoping you are using the corrected version, because the first version I sent you is a bit small for the BTS KY, the other models that don't have multiple layers. Oh, I'm not planning to stick them down anyway. They are slightly small, but I actually got them from your... I wanted to, pay you for a little bit for your work, so I got them from your Ko-fi. Instead, so I got the latest versions. I don't have I don't have like branded pencil case, so they are slightly off. It might also be that I'm printing them slightly wrong, but I don't mind that at all, because I'm not going to probably stick them. I'm going to cut them like that and keep them in like this as a reference. So it's not going to be a problem for me. Oh, and Roman Schmall. Oh, do you have access to Roman Schmall? I don't know if you can order Roman Schmall where you are. Because, oh, this is, I think, Rosa. Is it? No, that's Roman Schmall. And if you want to get really cool, I don't know if you can actually see that. This one I have covered with matte film to protect it a little bit. And this color in Roman Schmall, if you can get it somewhere, it's called British Grey. British Grey. And that one would give you quite similar effect. It has that slight breakdown and grey and purplish. And this one would give you something quite similar, if you can see here. It's a wonderful color. Really love that one. Roman small granulators are amazing as well. They're kind of colors that break down. They're wonderful. Those are my favorite paints. My Roman smalls are my favorite paints. Okie doke. Oh yeah, the Happy Mail. Oh yeah, that was wonderful Happy Mail. I'm very happy because these are one of my favorite pencils, and now I have so many different things to, yeah. Lucy, I just talked about, and now I see you mentioning that as well, but Roman Schmoll has Grey, yeah. It is fantastic. Roman Small. I don't think you spelt it 100%. Correctly, I'm not sure. It's, how did I write it? British. I don't know exactly how the last letters are, but that's the brand. It's Roman Small. They sell, their paints are also in full pans, which I love. You can get them in tubes as well, but I just prefer to get pans, to be honest, because I prefer watercolor in pans. And it's then I can't really read from here. Something like that. I'm not sure. I haven't written it very well, and it's gray. But, you can see if you are looking for it, it will probably give you a result anyway, even if you get the last letter slightly wrong. It's a wonderful color. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful color. And very good paints. Fantastic paints. Dum-de-dum-de-da. Danta. Oh, the Pride Days. Yeah, I'm kind of living in boondocks. Like, we don't have much stuff like that happening here. In Dublin, yeah, some. And I think there's been some stuff in Limerick as well. But I live, as I would lovingly say, in Beersars. In small, fairly, not super remote, but a small town / village. Oh yeah, Roman Small, like this. That's how it's spelt, the brand name. That's definitely how it's. And he is actually around. He is an artist, and his paints are amazeballs. Okie doke. So I meant to do some red shading here. So I'm going to grab what I have nearby me, and I happen to have here nearby me. Oof, oof, she says. Woomers are here nearby me. These are getting so much use from me last month. Really like them. Okay, I'm going to grab, which one? Maybe this one, the red purple. And what do I have down there? Okay, red purple. Then I'm going to grab the chili pepper. And I'm going to grab the, what's that one called? It's kind of slightly worn off. That's what happens slightly, if it's not pressed in, embossed into the pencil, that gold paint often just wears off. Carmine red, it says. To me, it just looks warm pink. Yeah. Okie doke. And I'm taking something lightish as well. Okay, I'm going to take that light pink red, just in case. They are quite nice and opaque as well. I'm going to get you a bit closer though, so you wouldn't be miles away, because that's a fairly small image. Might as well even get it like this. Yeah, that's a bit better. Do you say Aroma Small are affordable and have loads of pan? Yes, they're not, you know, they're not giving you like, almost full pans. They give you proper full pans. And the paint quality is just fantastic. Jeanette, you're so clever with these paints. Adri. Oh, hi, Adri. I was taking a shower too. Been so busy today. I will tiki. Exactly. I was also. Okay, this is now red purple. Also, don't get stuck on pencils or paint brands too much. It's more about the colors. So, for example, if you wanted to do, the same blend or similar blend, then it does not have to be specifically Woomers. You just take reddish purple from some other set and, dark red, warm pink, mid pink, and a very light pink. It's just, don't get too stuck in specific brands. So I'm just going to do quickly the folds of that dress. I'm going to do it in fairly lazy way. I don't remember what I put there as a base for that dress. I'm not sure if it was watercolor or did I use water-based marker. I really don't remember. So I'm going once again from, sometimes I go from light to dark, but if I don't really feel it, I will often go from dark to light, especially if the base is already there. Lucy, Amy, the Artemis by Da Vinci, sent Annika is BG 18, PB 29, and PR 177. Okay. What did you get? 72 set of Atlanta? The red. Oh, you Woomers. Yeah, you got red pencil set. You tried it and you're quite impressed. They are lovely, soft pencil, soft and creamy. Totally, from all the budget pencils, my favorite, especially because they now sell open stock as well. So anything that runs out, and because they're soft pencils, they do run out faster than, for example, your polychromos would. My polychromos set lasts quite a long time, most of the pencils, even if I use them pretty heavily. But Woomers, the likes of Woomers and Prismas, if you use them on a project, they tend to go down pretty darn fast. I think I might put some yellow in there as well, just to kind of warm up some highlights slightly. Okay, I need to put shadow. That is kind of, seems to be sitting on top of the skirt part of whatever you call it, a dress. I used to know what that was called, and now, of course, my brain isn't braining. Although, as I said, the heat is getting a little bit better, so it should start braining now eventually. Next week is supposed to be a little bit cooler. So I'm hoping to get some sleep. Would be nice because I'm running on very low batteries here. Gail, you think it was Nia 2's? Yeah, I did that part with Nia 2's. I'm not sure if I did the dress as well. I know that I did the sky with Nia 2's. I'll probably do the ground with some sort of a crayon and just wash it out quickly. So that won't take long. And I might then, once it's dry, I might slightly darken it underneath her, directly underneath her. Okay. The folds that the artist has drawn in are a bit illogical, but okay. I'll try to work with them. Atlanta, I want tritones because Auntie Chris showed them, but I don't need to. AJ Womas are great. Is also my most used affordable color pencils. Yes, 100% agree. They're really lovely. I've been using them so much. Especially after they came out with these new pencils some months ago. Was it like end of last year or something? Was it when the new colors came out? At first they only had 72 set, and then they came out with extra colors. And after that, after those extra colors, the sets came out. After I have more color choices even, and some deeper colors that I felt were slightly missing from the initial setup, I'm just at them all the time. Some of them are getting short. I have actually gone through one of these ones are one of my favorites, and this is my second one, and that's getting short as well. That's red purple. I use that a lot in shadows, for example, skin and stuff like that. It's one of my favorite colors to use to build depth and shadows. So, and they mix so well. And you can also do a bit of a smushing with them. I mean, Prisma style smushing. By which I do not mean that they are exactly like Prismas, because nothing is. If somebody says that some pencil is just like Prisma, nope. There's nothing out there that is exactly like Prisma. I've tried a lot of pencils and I haven't. The closest possibly, and even softer than Prismas, would be Derwent drawing pencils. They are very different pencils though, but I think they're actually softer than Prismas. Oh, bye, Alex. Bye. Have a good time at work. Atlantic, I picked the phrase up from you. My brain isn't braining. And same with the low batteries, although last night was out of my jurisdiction. Yeah. Brain is not braining and the batteries are low, let's put it that way. That is actually 100% true for this moment. Okay, I want to put main shadows in where they are the darkest. Then I'll soften things a little bit and try maybe to add a bit of a highlights as well. And because that jewelry that is on her is so incredibly tiny, going in there with pencils would be just an exercise in futility. I feel anyway. I don't want to put myself through that, so I'm probably going to do them with something shiny. Some lovely gel pens and stuff like this. Just to make my life that bit easier. Okay. Needs to put that there. I'm going to take a little bit that darkness, very slight layer, softly there, just to help strong layer of that darker red in the chili pepper. But I want to help it a little bit by adding a very soft layer of red purple. Serena, got my 100 set of Faber-Castell Black Edition, just started swatching them, and the feel of them on paper is, for me, similar to the Derwent Chroma Flows. Annika, have you used the Faber-Castell Black Editions? I love my Faber-Castell Black Editions. Are they similar to Chroma Flows? Maybe. Maybe. Somewhat, but Chroma Flows are softer. Definitely. But part of the reason might also be that the feel of the pencil itself, because they're both slimmer pencils, might give you the hand feel of the Chroma Flows. They feel kind of similar in hand. But I like both of these pencils, so I really like them both. I do really like the color choices of the Black Edition. The one thing that I feel is really missing in that set, it has really good colors. It has fantastic neutrals, really nice browns, not too red browns, not too yellow browns, a lot of really neutral browns that you can warm up with other colors if you want to, or cool down, but very nice neutral browns that are good neutral base. But one thing that is missing for me is a really nice, very dark green. This is missing. The rest of it, I think, yeah, there's, everything is exactly as I want. This is one color that I feel that I'm really missing. But because I have a nice selection of really dark greens from Luminance, Luminance I don't love that much, but from Lightfast, I'm not really weeping over it, because I often find that most of the sets, especially more budgety sets, they just don't have that really dark green. And I need to, for most of them, if I want to do a really deep green blend, I tend to stick my fingers into my Lightfasts collection, because they are my favorites as far as greens go. Okie doke. Now. Oh, hi, ANC. Sorry, didn't see you popping in. You had a question. Yeah, Serena, okay, that's how they feed to me about a black edition Chroma Flows with tad more slippery on paper. Slippery, and they are softer and smooshier. Like, you can smoosh colors to force blends with Chroma Flows a bit better than you can with black editions, which I feel work better for layering. But they're both fantastic pencils. Yes, black editions are more opaque, I feel that too. Although Chroma Flows are also on the opaque sides, which I appreciate. Spring set of Castle Arts. Castle Art pencils I don't like, I'm sorry. Their feel just isn't for me. I've tried, and every time I get a set, I'm like, yeah, I like some of the colors, but I really don't care too much about how those pencils actually behave on the paper. I should once again try and work more with the Harmonia set that I do have, because I do like the colors, but I tend to neglect them. Because as far as the pencil feel and the pigmentation and how they behave on the paper goes, they are definitely not my favorites. Lovely colors. Jeanette, I think it's hard to find a dark true red. It can be, yes. But with red, you can, if there's variation of reds, you can somewhat, if the red, usually they're too pink or sometimes they're too orange. They can be cooled down and warmed up with other colors, and you can push them onto that dark red territory by layering them. But yeah, it can be tricky. But for me, the greens are always more of a problem. Boomers actually have pretty decent greens. Oh, the Posca is coming out with the... Yeah, somebody... You told me that Posca is coming out with 120 set, yes. Which sounds like a really cool news. But they are already a fairly expensive... They're small sets, smallish sets, and they're already quite dear. And I bet you that 120 set is going to be a bit of a bank breaker. So I doubt I'm going to be able to get them if they charge the same type of a price for the 120 set, per pencil, like they charge for the sets at the moment, then no. Or it's going to take quite a long time before I get them. They are on the expensive side. And I haven't tried them either. I just keep hearing people being absolutely raving about them. I think quite a few of you were saying, I think Chris was also saying that they're amazing. And I'm the one who just doesn't have them. I haven't found a good deal on them. And at the moment, if I'm getting something pencils-wise, then it needs to be a pretty decent deal. I do have some gouache on the way, though. So... And I got mine from Vinted, and this one is missing, and my OCD can't handle the missing slot in my sweatshirt. Oh no! 745. Is there anyone in the chat who has an extra Faber-Castell Black Edition Burnt Umber 745 that I could buy in the UK? Wait a second. Okay, this is the pencil case. I found it easiest. I already had pencil case at Black Editions, and now when I'm re-swatching them, I had an empty case, and it was easier to put them one by one into a new case than try to reorganize them here, if you know what I mean. 745. I had some leftovers here that I had duplicates already in my old set. Nope, I don't have a duplicate here of these. I have duplicates. For some reason, in my pencil case, there were duplicates of 786, 783, 784, and 788. All of them very good colors. But I could not find anywhere 711, which is just brown and should be in all the sets, but I just can't find it. I don't know what's going on. But it really does have beautiful neutrals. And it's not too, the colors aren't too chemical. They're not over bright. I like that about Black Edition as well. Some pencil sets I do love because they're very bright, because if I want to do something really, really, really punchy, I'm going to grab that set. For example, the old Arteza Expert pencils, which now you can't even get anymore. Well, you can 72 set, but all the best colors were in the 120 set, so I'm not going to buy, any of these. But yeah, these ones, oh sorry, where was I? But these ones I really love how vibrant, if you want to get a page that is just in your face, super bright, then these ones are fantastic. They are soft, they blend really well, and the colors are punchy. And they actually had good greens as well, funnily enough. And I have my 120 set, but when it's gone because you can't really get replacements. They used to have replacements, you can't get them anymore, so that's kind of sad. But I don't use them all the time, because most of the time I don't want the colors that punchy. But when I do, they are there. Okay. Alrighty. Oh, the Durbank drawings feel softer than Prisma's. Yes, they are. Don't they feel softer? Yeah. But the colors are very different, which I so appreciate, because you could use them together and they could complement each other so well. Okay, if I remember rightly, Jennifer stated that Posca pencils are made by the same people that make Prismacolor. Really? A and C, they will be expensive, but Poscas are amazing. I'm going to save my pennies. Maybe I should as well, but because of that now, I'm probably not going to invest into a smaller set at the moment, unless I get it with a really good price, because I know I will want to get the big set. I have, in that sense, I do have full set syndrome. So first I'm going to save my pennies for new polychromos, so they are going to be hopefully much closer than the Poscas. Okay. Now I'm getting quite close here. I'm taking the lighter pink, and this one I'm using to bring out some. See how lovely and opaque they are? You can totally create highlights with them if you have base already down. Like that. I think I need to bring more up there as well, and a bit more there. They blend so well. They are true blending pencils. You can, of course, layer them as well, but they are wonderful blending pencils. So, sorry, not trying to sell you Homer pencils. You already have most of them anyway. Andrea, thanks, Annika. Appreciate you checked it to me. Yeah, sorry, I don't have that on offer. I remember that I did have some extras, but sadly not that. Although I do have now extras in different sets, so I might actually. What's the number of that one again? Which number did you say? I know that 745 is in the skin set. Oh, okay. Then it wouldn't be very hard to buy, because skin set. I'll have a look. What browns do I have here? 7-Eleven. Yeah, no, not here either. Skin set isn't big, and it wouldn't be that big of a. You don't have to buy the whole Bleeding 100 set to get a new one. At least that, if you need to replace it. Oh. Okay. Just bring in some light color there. Creating some highlights there, and I might smooth out a little bit the transitions with that red carmine, the kind of a darker pink or mid pink here. I really like that color, the red carmine. Or carmine red, sorry. I think there's two carmines in that set. One is red carmine and one is carmine red or something like that, which, yeah. Okay. Alrighty. And this one here too. And now I am slightly, in some areas, the transition is a bit harsh, so I'm just softening it slightly here and there. Okay. There we go. I'd say the dress I'm going to leave as is. That didn't take particularly long. So what's happening? Gail, I don't really use my polychrome as much, but I'll definitely be getting the new colors. I have, as with any pencils, I have those bulbs that for a while I use a lot of specific pencil, and then when I get a bit tired, I will move on to another pencil, and I don't use that pencil for a little while then. And this has happened to me now with polychromos. I also haven't used them hugely lately. But I still love them. It doesn't mean that I don't like them. I'm still going to be using them when the time comes, and when, you know, that mood hits me that now I want to do stuff with polychromos, because they are wonderful pencils, let's be honest. It's not on the skin set. Okay. Serena, sadly, I do have a full set syndrome. Yeah, I'm wondering as well. I'm reading here that there's Black Edition 72 set and 48 set. I have never heard of these. We have the 50 set here and 100 set here. And then I think there's kind of a like small set as well, which might be something like 24 or 36. 36. Yes, 36 set. Yes. But I don't think there's 48 or 72 here at all. So it seems to be market thing. It would be lovely to have 120 set here on the sale too, but hey, it is what it is. Okay, now we need some sort of an ochre. Ochre. Well, first I'm going to take some Naples ochre, dark Naples ochre, and some yellow ochre. And now I'm looking for sienna brown. And what are you? Terracotta, but as two separate words. There's also two terracottas here. One is terracotta and one is terracotta. I'm pretty sure that was the case. Like, they kind of went a bit rogue with naming pencils in this one. Okay, and I need also terracotta. There you go. We have terracotta, 2 words, and terracotta, 1 word. And they are not the same pencil. But they're both very nice colors, so everything is good. Okay, so it's going to be pencil sharpening noises. Or you're counting your Black Editions now? The only color exclusive in the tin is called Burnt Coral number 820. And I love that color. That is a fantastic color. I'm kind of a bit annoyed that they have it only in that set, because I would love to have that in 100 set. It would be fantastic in skin. I'm very, very itching to use it. Where is it? No. Now I can't find it, of course. Okay. Burnt. Am I looking at the wrong? log swatch and can't find it. Of course I can't find it. It's like, I know it should be there. Burnt coral. See, that's the burnt coral here. It's really nice color. They have a brownish, pinkish. Oh, just wonderful. Would be lovely for skin shadows. Okay, doke. So, the box. I always struggle with coloring boxes, believe it or not. Something about, firstly, they're usually pretty boring to color. Let's be honest. I think I might do all the ornamenty bits if I'm gonna do them. I'm going to do them with some sort of a glitter gel pen or something, because it's so tiny, so incredibly fine, the pattern there, that if I try to do it with pencil, I'm just going to get super frustrated and annoyed. So that's not going to happen. So here, this one is going to be slightly shadowed, but it's going to slightly get lighter as it goes upwards. There should be, that's the top of the box. Okay. So I'm just going to ignore all the bits and pieces on the box and just put some shadows in. Which I'm not good at. Funnily enough, like, I don't like coloring them, maybe that's why, but I never got good at coloring simple shapes like boxes, or cubes, or houses, which are essentially the same thing. ANC, I do wish that Woomer would print names so that the older visually challenged among us could read them easily. The gold print is rough. That is rough. That is one of the things that I actually have said in many videos that I do not like. In my opinion, printing things with gold, that especially if you are working with artificial light, which is often the case, is a pain in the butt anyway, because it is going to glare in artificial light like this, or even in a strong sunlight. It's very hard to read because of the glints you get. So I always prefer the pencils that have writing either in black or white or whatever the color, and I prefer if it's embossed into the pencil as well, kind of stamped into the pencil, not just printed on top like this, because a paint like this, the gold paint, firstly, it's a pain to read because you have to find the correct angle to actually read it. Otherwise you just get the glint like this. And plus it just wears off. It literally just wears off. Okay, and so not particularly happy about that, but it doesn't stop me. Well, I usually look at the leads of the pencils anyway. I tend to look less on the names. I look at the names when I'm on the camera like this and doing stuff. And if I remember, I will tell you what pencil I'm using. But if I'm working on my own, I often don't have a faintest clue what the pencil I'm working with, what's the name of it. Often I don't know. I just look at them, at the leads, not even the pencil body. I always look at the leads and I pick the color I want and I grab it out. Rarely do I consult the charts. Rarely do I actually look at the name of the pencil. In some cases, I already know. Like for Prismas, I don't really have to consult the barrel much. You take the color from olden times. I used to use them a lot at some stage, and I still remember the names, and I don't really need to look at the name on the barrel to know which pencil I'm using here. So I know that this lighting wise is not a great. I should have gotten some sort of a reference to doing that box, the shadows on it, but I was not really that bothered. I'm just going to give it some contrast so it wouldn't look like super flat. And leave it at that. Okay, and I'm now moving on to the dark Naples ochre. Just blending things out here with it. Actually, I'm going to put all of that here. Just even out the tones here. Okay. Black edition numbered and names. Atlanta has black edition numbered and named in the case with other pencils. So I got lost for a minute. Oh. Yeah, so Lucy lives near the factory. That is so cool. That is so cool. I don't live near any pencil factories. I feel deprived. Okay, and Serena, I'm planning to go in July to the Derwent Museum factory in Lake District. Has anyone been? Oh, Adrian, I'm finally sitting and resting for a bit. I think I will edit my video during the Colombia versus Portugal game. I keep forgetting that the World Cup is on. Although it's everywhere, and still I keep forgetting. That's how little I actually care about soccer. And I don't know how I've actually managed to care that little, because the reason I met my husband was actually soccer and World Cup. The reason that he was in Tallinn was that he was over with his Finnish colleagues to watch a World Cup qualifier match between Estonia and Ireland. So there. And that's how it went. I wasn't at the game, but we kind of stumbled into each other in a pub the night after the game. And the Irish were happy because they won. Of course they won because Estonia sucks. Well, it sucked even more back then than they do now, soccer-wise. It has gotten more popular in Estonia than it was. Soccer wasn't like super popular back then. So yeah. And we met. Let me see. My favorite print. Okay, Lucy, my favorite print is new Stadler watercolor pencils, which I actually really want. I so want them, and it's like, you don't need them. You have Durers. You have... I have other Stadler ones. Was it Stadler or Stabilo? Which ones are there now? What's the name? Ah! Okay, be back in a second. Yeah, it's Stadler. Carrot. I have Carrot aquarels, which, by the way, are very good watercolor pencils. I'm I have some, other water-based stuff. I have Inktense. It's like, I don't really need another pencil that is water-soluble. But boy, do I want them. So want them. I should bring my daughter here to tell me, you don't need them. She's very good at that. Okay. I need to... The skin kind of... I don't know if it was the Neocolor base or the paper, but the skin is not smoothing out properly for me. It's kind of feels a bit splotchy, so I'm going over it. I think I did it with a different pencil, and I'm now blending it out here with a Boomer pencil, because they're nice and creamy for softening stuff. So I'm using here the salmon pink just to soften the dark areas a bit, because they don't look the smoothest, the skin. So just fixing it a wee bit. Yeah. Since I'm here type of a situation, I might as well do that too. Okay, who's there? Okay, Lucy, budget-wise, Castle Lost, Harmonious, and Pastel Tint, yes, they have very good legibility. That is good about them. I do like that. I don't like the pencils themselves as a pencil type or how they lay down super well. Colors are nice. But reading, yes, they're fantastic. Nessa, I didn't say hello to you. I've seen. I'm sorry. Watch on replay. YouTube kicking me back to earlier parts of the stream and cutting out most of the words. I'm sorry. I hope that sound is otherwise fine to other people. I'm so sorry. Durban does a good job labeling. Yes, yes, I do like. I hate luminance writing. It's so tiny and hard to read. It's kind of wrapped around the pencil as well. I think they make it super difficult to actually read the pencil names should you need to. There's a woman involved in that labeling process, apparently. Adri, does he watch the games now? Of course, yes. Yes, he watches the games. He loves watching soccer, but he isn't as militant as, soccer fans, He is not worshipping specific teams constantly, but he does enjoy, if there's interesting games on, he very much enjoys watching soccer. So it's not going to change. That's very much him. I do not remember what pencil I used here because it, texture-wise, is not impressing me. Okay, now it's much better. I don't know if you can see, but it looks smoother. The result here, I am going to put tiny bit of that darker color in the red purple here under the chin, just to bring the shadow back here. Yeah, and going over it with the salmon again, very, very softly. Okay. And I need to do those legs as well, don't I? Because I kind of forgot about them. Duh. Duh, duh, duh. Gail Tawanik, thank God for football. Exactly. Yeah, it was really, really funny. And the reason that we actually started talking is because one of my friends was very busy with her boyfriend at the table, and I kind of got bored. And I saw a really tall guy walking past with a really tall, you know, those novelty hats that are essentially Irish flags. And they were like huge, tall hats, foam and whatever based. And he was wearing one of these, and he was already very tall guy. And I pretty much said, you know, stop there. I want to try on that hat. And he said, yeah, you can try on the hat, but you have to dance with me. So that's how it all started. Gosh. See, we are getting super romantic here nowadays. It's all your fault, talking weddings and stuff. Okay. Why am I doing that? I don't know why, but I'm putting in shadows into the dress with what color is that? Once again, I can't bloody read it. Okay. It's Van Dyke Brown. Okay. What I actually meant to do is to put some shadows into those tiny legs here. I'm going to do those corners with some gold pen. But I'm going to put a little bit of a shadow here with that. They're so tiny. Working here with pencils is a bit of a pain. It's almost the sort of a pages you should almost do with stuff like gel pens, it feels. Because the details can be absolutely itsy bitsy. So although I do like the images in this book a lot, I can see myself struggling more than I expected to because the detail is so tiny. Janet, I have to say night-night. I thought I could watch in bed, but my eyes are closing. Oh, Janet, I hope you have lovely dreams. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Big hugs. AJ, Annika, my daughter is now in a very serious relationship with a guy from Ireland. She might end up moving there. Wow. That is so cool. The world is such a small place nowadays, isn't it? Serena, Annika's skin looks very good on TV. Thank you. Thank you. I hope it'll come out all right. Okie doke. Okie doke. And I'm going to put that back. I need something. I'm going to take that red purple. Add a little bit of that onto those legs to give tiny mahogany vibes. I'm not going to go for full mahogany, but adding purple into the deeper parts of the brown item or wooden item gives this slight hint towards mahogany. And I'm going to take now terracotta, which is 2 words. Because of course it is. Okay, and now I need something light. Actually, I'm gonna take that one. That is called Clay Rose. So I want these tiny legs be not warm undertone, but kind of a cooler undertone. Okay, I'm just going to leave them as is because they are so tiny that I'm never going to be able, unless I go in with, I don't know, fine liners and whatnot, it's just going to be a pain. I'm just going to put a little bit of a wash underneath there and then leave the rest of it, kind of a bit of a detailing with gel pens for not on camera, because it wouldn't be particularly fascinating for you, I betcha. Okay, putting back the browns. I do like to put, not have too many things piled up on my desk, because then I totally lose control of what's happening. So occasionally I waste a little bit of time of just putting things back so I'd be able to find them again. should I wish so. Okay, I'm going to put the pencils away. Now I need to create the shadow underneath her. What will I use? Oh, I have these ones. But Annika, we have the same daughter, although I pointed out to her she wouldn't have been able to shop my jewelry stash if I didn't have it. Oh. Oh, Angela. Hey, Angela. Making sure I don't burn fried chicken. I'm cooking dinner tonight. Nice. Fried chicken. By fried chicken, is it like something breaded? I don't think I've ever actually done proper fried. Well, I've done like chicken schnitzels and chickelgushens and stuff like that, but I don't really know. I don't think I've made that style proper. Is it deep fried? Lucy, I made the sticker swatches with the names and numbers because I hate most prints and most pencils. Yeah, not only most are hard to read, but also they put them in the middle of the pencil. Yeah, makes sense. Serena, also guys, I have great find to share with you. AFMAT Pro sharpener, quite big with suction pads, but it has been amazing for all the pencils I've tried with it, including Prismas. That is a good find. Good, reliable sharpeners can be hard to come by. Okay, I just realized that I need to put something dark there because that lid is showing a bit of a shadow there, but I have these ones out here at the moment. This is 784 Black Edition. And because it's slightly harder, it's just easier to put down into a very small area here. Yeah, that's a bit better. That's a bit better. Okie dokie dokie. All right. Electric sharpeners. I think I've shown that one before. The one I'm using at the moment, I'm very happy with, is the Jupiter Earth one. The one with a little cute robot. And that works really well for me. Pretty, and the charge lasts pretty good as well. And in case I'm using the hand one, I use this one, which a lot of people dislike because it does tend to, those teeth that hold the pencil in place are pretty sharp and pretty, they really grip the pencil, which as a result, they can leave marks on your pencils, which I don't mind that much, but a lot of people heartily dislike them because of that. Okay, and I need something to make the ground. Something earthy. I have those crayons here at the moment, so I might as well use them. They are these ones. And I've tried them now a little bit. This is just black, which I'm using as a mixing color here. I'm going to put brown on top of it. There's a lot of filler in these ones. They are, although they look very much like Neocolor 2s, the thickness and, the whole look of them is pretty much identical. They do dissolve well, but they're not very pigmented, at least as you dissolve them. And they can, because of the heavy filler content, they can almost, if you put too much of them down, like you can put however thick layer of Neocolor 2s down, it's still mostly pure pigment, and if you dissolve them, it just all disappears. And these ones dissolve as well, but because there's such, I presume it's because of that, there's high filler load there, you get this almost soapy, almost slippery finish or residue, and that soapy residue it is kind of slippery. So if you try to put something on top of it, like pencils, you can actually struggle. So I'm going to put some darker brown a little bit on top of that. I'm already, I think, putting for these crayons a bit too much down, because you get them into the soapy stage like that. But I want to put something on top of that black, so it wouldn't be so dead black, and warm it up a little bit. Okay, and I'm going to grab also this gray tone. Angela is hungry. Oh. My Tywin electric sharpener works with all of my pencils unless they are too knobby. Yeah, but absolutely every single electric one has the same issue, that if they get too short, you can't put them in there anymore. They just can't grip them and bring them down and out. And then they will fit for a little while longer into the hand crank ones. And then if they get too short, then your only option really, in all the fairness, is going to be good old little hand one. And if I'm using these, then my favorites are, I really like these ones. I actually like the simplest ones. They are by Stadler. They come in packs of 2. They are lovely and sharp, and for kind of sharpening short knobbies. There's no obstacles here to the little holes, and yeah, they're just really good, and they're cheap as well. So, and they come in pack of 2 just in case one of them gets lost, or eventually if it gets blunt. But to me, they last long time. They don't run out very fast. Okay, so we have that down. We need a water brush, but we need a water brush that is slightly on the wetter side and with a bigger brush, because if I'm doing that with a small brush, it's going to be a tiny brush, it's going to be a pain. Okay, on this brush, for some reason, I constantly get those weird bent hairs. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I also have Afmat sharpener. Okay. Dolly is all right, but I like the point this one gives better. But Dolly is lovely because it's so light. It's not as bulky and as heavy. It's fairly small, a small footprint. I have to say that on this paper specifically, they don't dissolve as well as on some other smoother papers. Probably because of the texture. I should have possibly just dug out my trusty Neo colors, to be honest. Okay, I've lost... Okay, where's my big roll of kitchen paper? Oops, to go over the hand a little bit. Okay. Alrighty. So because I put slightly variation of colors down, you're going to get a bit of a variation on the ground as well, which just makes it a little bit more interesting. And if it's going to leave some texture, that's actually kind of fine. It just adds some interest to the ground here. Yeah, I have to say on this paper, they actually are fighting me a little bit dissolving wise. They were dissolving really nicely. I tried them quickly in the Camilla Garofano books, and they dissolve pretty nicely there. Although I didn't buy them for dissolving that much, I bought them more for just crayon work, to be honest. So we'll see. Working from out to in, as I would usually do if I activate something water-based. With this one, in all the fairness now, I have got to give that disclaimer that I'm not really good or very experienced with dissolving crayons like that, or working with watercolor crayons. So a lot of it, if something doesn't go to the plan, a lot of it might be because I just don't know what I'm doing. So I tend to often just gravitate towards pure watercolor or gouache or something like that, more than watercolor crayons. Although I have gotten more into them. And you do get really quick base with them if you just want to put a really quick base down. If you just work fairly loosely. I actually discovered that you can put the base down like super fast. If you don't go too much into super precision, like I sometimes, for some reason, tend to do with them, which is not really a great idea with them. Ouch, I just put some onto my hand. Okay. All right. I leave that ground to be. At least she's not hovering in the air. Talking about sharpeners still. Amazon UK. Oh, it's an Amazon UK actually, the FMAT one. FMAT Pro. Is it rechargeable, or is it on the like in the mains type of a? That you have to have it plugged in constantly? Angela, I want to get warmer colored pencils. 90 set. Oh, hi, Angela. What that one? I want to get warmer colored pencils. 90. Yeah, they're really nice. I love them. Okay, I think I'm going to leave the gel pen work for tomorrow. Now I have those colors down. The dress is done. Now all that's need to be... Actually, I'm going to do her mouth because it's driving me nuts, that black mouth. It annoys me. It so annoys me. Okay, I did have a set called Chinese Red. Yeah. Now, they sometimes can struggle on a very waxy surface, which it's now definitely by now is. So, let's see how it's going to work for me. Patricia. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Lucy, I have the Derwent hand crank one, Serena, and that one works well with all pencils. Yeah, this one, any pencil, absolutely every single pencil that I have ever tried has worked in that one. But yeah, you will have marks, especially on chunkier pencils. You will have the marks, which, you know, as I said, doesn't bother me the slightest, but might bother you. So, okay, we need dark red. Maybe that one? No, that's too brown. I'll try that one. That seems to be good color. Let me see if I can get it going. That is one of my spoiled charts that I started coloring in wrong. So this is going to be my today's scrap paper. Make sure that it's going. Okay. I need to turn it slightly. Okay, please, fingers crossed, because that's going to be, they're like tiny, those modes. Can I get the red onto them? Yeah, that's what I suspected. It's slightly waxy, so you get this resist. Okay. I'm also fixing the mouth a little bit. Yeah, have it. And the mouth is not black anymore. I don't know if you can see it. That's the magic of Longwood gel pens. Well, any gel pens really, but these ones work so well and have such a color variety that they have that name, the brand name has pretty much become basically like Hoover for vacuum cleaners. It's like Longwood gel pens. Sorry. Riding around in my chair. Okay, I leave that to dry now and take a next thing. I'm going to put color onto. Sorry. I thought I had broken a nail, but I don't think I actually did. Alright, I think you're fine. Which one are we going to pull out next? Might actually do some basing here. Because I did want to put some color in there. I'm going to dig out some watercolors and maybe some water-based markers. Hi, Char. Hi, Char. Oh, I just saw you coming in now. Oh, I did see actually. Yeah, you're leaving. I'm getting very confused now. See? Brain, not braining. I just slept through the last hour when you needed it. Feel free to snooze away for a while. Do whatever you need to do. It can be also a nice little background buzz. Okay, not these ones. I need some sort of a variety set of colors. Let's be honest. I don't want to go for granulators here. Maybe I go for some. I'll take some of the Magella set. And I'll pull out some of the Chinese ones. If I can, once again, find them, because I lose things all the time. Might take the smaller one, maybe. Well, that's the untouched one. I don't want to take that one at the moment. I have one that is open, that is starting to run low. Let's see. Actually, I need to change the lines here a little bit, because this seems weird, because there's water here and there's a stone that is kind of hovering, and either kangaroo is in the water or there should be some sort of a ground situation going on here, some differentiation between the ground and the water. So I'm going to quickly try and draw that in. We have a pencil in case I want to erase something. I think that's what I'm going to do. So if I'm taking that stone, let's say, and I am making that like it's on the hill, I of course chose the hardest and my least favorite pencil for it, but hey. Then this stone here is fine, but there needs to be a bit of a strip of the ground here so the kangaroo has something to stand on. So maybe there's plants here, so maybe I am going to bring that bit of a ground like that under there, and from here, coming from behind that bush and curving is some sort of a body of water. Okay, all right, yeah, that's sorted. I'm just going to leave it with the regular pencil. I don't want to put a marker. I have a fine liner in there. It'll be fine. Andrea, I often use Annika's videos to fall asleep. I hope you had a lovely nap, Chris. Good to know that I put to sleep. Oh. That is a good thing. I do understand that. Okay, so what are we going to do? Now, this tree here, there's actually green foliage happening here. So I might actually keep to fairly, reasonably natural colors here. So maybe I'll take this green here and put it onto this tree. Let's see how this is going to work out for me. As with everything coloring books, these coloring books will love more opaque watercolors more than they will love transparent proper watercolors. You know, although it's decent enough paper for coloring books and it takes water reasonably well, it's still not watercolor paper. So let's hope this one will behave all right. It's a really nice green, and it's going to granulate as well. So although not like on these papers, on coloring book paper, you will get some, but of course you won't get the proper full granulation effects that you would get if you were using actual watercolor, especially if you're using like cotton blends. But it still adds texture and interest. So, and these, I don't know if I mentioned enough, but these ones are my jello. And the color I'm using here at the moment is that color here. Okay. Din, 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 din. All right, what is happening? Okay, the dents. So how bad are the dents? I don't have any pencils at the moment here with me. I can put a random pencil in, okay? Do I have any pencils here that will need a bit of sharpening? Okay, that polychromos white wants a bit of a sharpening. So I can give it a couple of turns. And I have seen some of them, it depends how soft the pencil is as well. On this one, I barely can see anything. Like here, if you look very, very closely, you can see like tiny little dent in the, I don't know if it's white, so it's just blowing the camera focus absolutely to bits. I would need to have a different color pencil. Okay, I'm going to take a random boomer. They actually do need sharpening, so okay, I'm taking this boomer that is nice and blunt. But the tip they give is on this now. On this one, you can kind of see. Damn it! It's the light that is driving it nuts. You can see there's like with only one application, you get this tiny little dots here that are like on both sides. You have two little indents, but sadly you can't really. Yeah, yeah, it blows it out. You can't really see it with the light on. If I turn it down a little bit more, maybe you can try that. Dun, dun, dun. Okay. Okay, so can you maybe see? No, it still tends to. If I get too close to it, it blows it. But there's like tiny little dots here. But look at the point you get. This is the point you get. You could kill people with that point. Like, to me, it's worth it. And I don't really mind. It doesn't really matter to me if there's a bit of a dent on the pencils, because I'm going to sharpen it off eventually anyway. Those places where I get the dents. So it's never been an issue for me. But I have heard and seen people saying, oh, it damages the pencil. But the thing about it is, even if there is a bit of an indent there in the color, you are going to, as I already said, you're going to eventually, when I get to that area, you're going to sharpen it away anyways. It doesn't genuinely matter to me. Okay, sorry, I got distracted with the dents. Sharina, that's not bad at all. No. Oh, I have actually seen in some videos a bit stronger dents. I think it might depend slightly on the sharpener as well. But even then, it doesn't genuinely, like, what's the problem? It's just a wood that you're going to sharpen away anyway. So it doesn't matter to me then. Also, if the thicker the pencil is and the softer wood, the stronger the dent probably is. I would expect that, for example, Derwent drawings, which are like very thick pencils, you might get bigger dents on these because the pencil itself is just chubbier. So it all depends. Okay. I don't know what animal that is. That little one there. I'm sure some of you does. I don't. Okie doke. There we go. I kind of tend to get a bit more quiet if I actually have to pay attention to what I'm doing here. Because I do want to keep it somewhat contained to the area where I want it. Now, posted the pictures of dents. Okay, in the Discord, you use Super Soft Black Edition and macro lens. Okay, yeah, on the with the camera, of course. I should have actually thought of it. I should have taken a photo with my phone and then showed it to you. Okay, and I want to make this. I presume they're kangaroos. They look like kangaroos. Back to go to site. Okay, sorry, my browser is trying to open the photo. Oh God. All right, I'll look at it later. Okie doke. And macro lens. My God, the sharp tip it gives though. It does. No, it does give a wonderful point. From all the sharpeners I've tried, this one gives the best point. But yeah, you will get. It's just that you're aware, that it doesn't take you by surprise. To me, the dents aren't issue at all, but you need to be aware just in case they are for you. Okay, so we are going to put that green. Okay, I need to turn the light up a little bit more again, because although it actually looks better on the camera, I kind of need to see what I'm doing slightly as well, so I needed a bit of extra light here. I'm picky like that. I want to actually see what I'm doing. Okay, so this one is going to be more of a grayish green. So let's put that behind the cute little kangaroo. And as usual, eventually when it's all dry, I will go in with a bit of a pencil and add a bit of shading and highlighting, and I might add a bit of gel pens here and there, fun like that. Okay, I'm putting the same color here. I want it to be darker than this plant here in this area, but it's kind of a like cooler, darker green. And I'm sticking that to the distance. I like the colors in that granulating set. There's a good variety. And I also like that there's some brights in there, because in many granulating sets there's not really many brighter or stronger or lighter colors like this row here. Whereas in this one you have a pretty good selection. Okay, and now I want to do this kangaroo. Actually, I might do the koala. Are we doing it like somewhat realistic? In which case I should just make it gray, I guess. And then put a little bit of a shading in afterwards. I'm going to make it bluish gray. So it would be a bit of a contrast on this very warm sky. Lemur. Actually, yeah, it might be, yes. You mean that one. Yeah, Atlanta, that you might be right. It seems to have big eyes and this kind of a really curly tail. So you might be right. It might totally be a lemur. Okay, so I'm going to put plenty of water into that gray. It is going to break down a little bit in color variations, but I'm going to run with it. I just want something pretty darn cool here. What color is koala's nose, people? Anybody knows that? I can, of course, find a photo of a koala. But maybe some of you knows off the top of your head. I don't need to be like, super realistic, but some sort of a vague idea. Is it reddish? Is it brownish? I think it's darker than the rest of the body usually. And the insides of the ears are going to be fairly light. I kind of remember that. And I'm going to put a tiny bit of pink in there. That was not pink. That needs to be fixed. Of course it does. Okay. Yeah, like that. And like that. Very, very vague pink. Alright. Can I put that? And did anybody tell me about the koala nose? There is, Lucy, there is another sharpener that gives a super sharp point like that. Australia doesn't have monkeys and lemurs, says Auntie Chris. Well, koala's nose is black. Okay. The Faber-Castell I sent the link does that. And so does swordfish. Swordfish, yeah, I have never tried swordfish, so you're probably correct. Well, I'm pretty sure you're correct. It's just I don't have any experience with swordfish. Thank you for letting me know that the koala nose is black. I am just going to put darker more. Well, it's black paint, but I'm not going to do like super black. I am going to mix it with a bit of water, but it's going to be more neutral, darker gray, which I'm going to add a bit of shading to, so it will become black. Yep. Gosh, I love the Pentel water brushes. So nice and juicy. Okay. I'm more into the emojis. It's warm gray. Well, it's now somewhere between black and warm gray. I don't know what's going on with this specific brush. It constantly has, even if I trim it, and after the next 10 minutes, you have another hairs that are just sticking out to the sides. I don't know if you can see that. Now, if I take probably my hand wasn't strong enough background. But once again, I had to trim because there's some hairs that just keep wanting to stick out. I don't know what's happening. Oh, it probably is just because I've kind of used that brush up. It's getting pretty banged up, but I still like it. It's nice and big, holds nice point, and I love the flow of penthouse when I want a juicier lay down. Okay, so you are going to be dark kangaroo, and you are going to be a warmer, lighter kangaroo. So I need a dark brown. Maybe I should take something like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that's how scientific the method is here. Ta, 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 ta. Sugar Sweet said in his recent video that Caran d'Ache sharpener is favorite, but apparently it's very pricey. I actually saw somewhere it sold the Caran d'Ache sharpener, and I think it was something like over 200 euros, like 261 or something like that, like ridiculous type of a price for a hand crank pencil sharpener, which I don't know. I do appreciate that they make quality merchandise, but that to me is taking it a bit too far. Okay, so you are going to be nice and dark, because you're going to be like a distant, and I'm going to give you less detail, and you're going to be dark and slightly cooler. Now I'm talking to my kangaroos, because that's absolutely normal. That's a sane behavior. Dun, 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 dun. Whales. Okie doke. Swordfish. Okay, you're talking about that one again. Electric super long point. Oh, I had one and it was almost too long. I had one sharpener electric that gave super long point, but it was too long. It just gave point that was almost non-workable. At least with my style of pencil application. I can actually bring it and show it. At the moment it's out of charge, so I can't show you the point. I still have it because if I want to have really like super long point, then it really does work. But usually I don't want the point that strong. It just becomes unmanageable for me. Okay, and I'm going to put extra dark here. All right. Okay, doke. Now that's nice darkish. The belly is going to be slightly lighter, isn't it? But still in the same similar color range. So I'm just diluting the color a fair bit and just making the belly slightly lighter, but essentially the same tone. And this one is going to be warm brown, more sienna leaning. Serena would rather spend that on pencils, but it looks like a piece of art, the Caran d'Ache sharpener. Okay, it does look pretty. Beautiful and red and what more. I'll sharpen my pencil with my teeth before I spend 200 on a pencil sharpener. I hear you. I hear you, Auntie. Let me see if I can find my... of course I can't now. Alright, somebody has moved my sharpener, so I don't know where it is. It used to be on a certain spot on the back shelf there. I need to find it, but yeah, that's because I don't usually use it. The point is just over the top for me. Okay, so let's pick another color. So maybe that color here. So this one. But I'm going to dilute it a little bit, maybe more. Okay. Let's get some color into you. Maybe I should have gone with more ochreish, but yeah, it's fine. It's like I'm not going for realism here, clearly. But I'm actually going for... Usually in these books I go slightly nuts with colors. I just ignore totally what color anything is in nature and make pink zebras and stuff like that. But for this specific one, I don't know how it started, but it actually has greenery in green. So maybe I should keep to the theme. Or Holbeins. There's no sharpener that Lucy, I agree, but even Derwent feels a bit too long for me. Derwent is to me, although it's long, but I can cope with it perfectly. But the electric one that I had, it was just too much. I couldn't work with that. It is, of course, somewhat, well, not just somewhat, it's quite clearly due to the fact that I am not the lightest of hands as far as pencil application is concerned. Funny enough, I can actually do fairly light-handed application as well. It's just most of the time I choose not to. Hmm. Okay, let's make that little hand slash paw slash whatever limb slightly darker. Do love a nice like fat-bellied pencil with a beautiful point. I really like the Pentel ones for that. Okay, there we go. I should have brought in some yellowish tones, yeah, because at the moment it kind of blends a little bit into the background trees. So I'm dropping in a little bit of that yellowish tone, the top of its back. So there would be a bit more contrast there. No, it wouldn't be similar tone. And then dulling down a little bit again as I come down there. Here we go. And here we go. Ta-da! Hi, Rachel! Sorry, sometimes I get distracted by actual coloring. It happens to the best of us sometimes. Never mind me. Serena, I have folder called Annika on my Amazon account. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, I do feel like an enabler, but it really is not intentional. Okay, I'm going to add a little bit more of that yellow here, just to intensify things and blend them out. Okay, and going darker in this area. Do I go through with this paint, I wonder, because well, we'll find out. I need to mix a little bit more brown into it. It was a bit too yellow. Okay, let's make the belly warmer. Okay, that kangaroo is mostly sorted. All right, and now we move on to the stones. So I need to move downwards. AJ, good night, everyone. I'm going to watch the game. Ooh, yeah. Have fun. You too. Have fun, Annika. We both say have fun. Bye-bye. Hope your favorite will win. Hi, Char. Welcome back. Monte Chris, maybe something laser on this page. Okay, I need something rocky. Do we have anything rocky here? I think we have to go for that granulating, essentially black. And maybe drop in some earthy colors. Actually, this one might also work for rocks. So I might drop in some of that color and some of that granulator black here. Just make a bit of a mix. Mixy, mixy, mixy. I need a bit darker in some areas. It's quite cool though, and I feel like, well, I kind of like though, because the kangaroo is pretty warm undertone wise, so it's a good contrast if I have slightly cooler tones in the rock or stone or whatever. Okay, and if I take, okay, that one a little bit as well. There we go. I've just been dropping like random color variations into it as well. Very, very subtle way, but so it wouldn't be just one flat, fairly blackish tone. Okay. And this bit there too. And then I should make that slightly different color, so there would be some contrast between them. So I actually might add some brown into it, warm up that. Warm up that blackish, cooler tone a bit, so there would be a little bit of a difference. Okay, and now we need to do that stone and that stone, because they're all stones and they should be done essentially together. Would make sense. Okay, so we need to warm you up a little bit more because you're a bit too cool. And usually I will go on top with pencils tiny bit just to add some color variations and maybe an extra shadow here and there. There we go. And there's another stone here. There's a lot of stones that I keep discovering here. I didn't realize how many of them until I actually started dealing with them. Okay, so I'm warming that one up slightly. So there would be a bit of a difference between these two. There we go. What's happening in the chat? I only have 2 pages that I feel committed to finish, but I have all these kick-ass new books all of a sudden and just want to color in those. I get it. This happens to me all the time. Or I have loads of WIP-s, but then I start looking at some book and then it's like, actually, I want to color this and that element in that book instead. And that's how everything goes off the rails again. Just adding a little bit more pigment to that stone here. Although now it's going to go through because I'm going over wet with wet. It's pretty sure it's going to go through. Like it does take watercolor. It's pretty tolerant as long as you don't do too much kind of wet on wet type of stuff. Actually, no. It coped pretty well, see? Pretty good considering I went a bit to the town here. Okay, so I presume that's the platypus tail. That's the stone it's sleeping on. I have actually no. See, I'm so tempted to do a purple or violet platypus. But then it would be the only element on this page that would be in an unnatural colors. So I probably shouldn't. I should actually keep it reasonably close to the actual color a platypus could be. Of which I have very little idea. I think they're brown. Oh, I'm so knowledgeable. Platypuses are brown. Sorry, Trinkies. Atlanta, I'm considering doing 6 WIP-s in July just for funsies, so I can roll a dice and pick the page to color. Serena, what set did you get? Huh. No, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the chat because I have a fear of missing out, as we all know. I can't read all of it out, otherwise I couldn't do anything except reading everything out. Atlanta looks great, Annika. Thank you. Very much appreciated. I hope it's going to end up all right. I need to put a bit more of pigment on that one. So I'm just taking that black granulator and I'm dropping in either some greens or a bit of green, a bit of brown. So all of the stones would have some slight difference and variation in undertone. So they wouldn't be all exactly uniform. That just wouldn't look great. And this is going to be in the shadow here, so we want that one to be pretty darn dark. I like the fluid line of that artist. Just very beautiful, organic line work. Really like it. As I've said before, one of my big favorites. Okay, and this one has some sort of an algae on it, which I can maybe add to the effect with pencil as well. Okay, so I have the stones, I think, now all done. All right, and now the platypus. Oh no, platypus. I need to use a Perilyn Violet. purple tinted brown. Do I have anything in this set that I could use that would... I think this one would be the closest here that I could use or mix in a little bit. So third from the corner, I'm going to check how this is going to look. That does give me a bit of a Peridot vibes. It's not, I know it's not Peridot Violet, but it does give me similar type of a vibes. It does have purplish undertone, but it's still fairly neutral. Now, of course, I want to pop in some pink. Like, don't do that. I'm going to have it with slightly purplish undertones. I can always, you know, once I get the pencils on top, I can adjust things and temperatures and whatnot. I want the bill to be slightly different colors, though. I think the bill is supposed to be almost black, isn't it? I need to look up platypus. And platypus, come on. Platypus. Yeah, it has that grayish. Sorry, burp. That was actual burp. Grayish, blackish, I'd say. Like in some photos, it looks almost black. In this one, let's be honest, it looks purple. Okay, I'll use the blackish tone for it. And dilute it a little bit and use that one here. Since I did the fur with the purple undertone. Okay. Alrighty. And now I need to put in the color of the water, or the base for the water. Oh, I need to do that stretch of land first. I actually want to do that as a sunny stretch or sunny strip here. So I'm going to use that bit of a like May green color here. The rest of it is so far reasonably earthy and muted. So I wanted to put some sunlight here. All right. Yes, especially if it's diluted a little bit more, it's a color that starts literally glow on the page. And what I love about this paper is that it does not break into those annoying little dots. Okay, what color do you make an animal that you have no idea what it is? Okay, I'm going to wait a tiny bit here before I approach that line with the blue, so I'm going to do that one first. Auntie Chris, before I became a YouTube phenomenon, I pasted my list of books into the wheel thing. Then I did a random number generator to pick a page. It shouldn't matter if we have WIP-s or finished pages. We should just call it. That's the thing. Like, it's not really a problem. But sometimes you want that feeling of a finished page. Plus, as our auntie, quoting our wonderful auntie here, before I became YouTube phenomenon, it mattered even less because I didn't do end of month finished pages videos. But you do want to show something, you know? It just feels nice to finish something occasionally, and it also feels nice to share your finished pages. I don't know, maybe I'm a weirdo. I'm going to make that thing bluish. I swear I am. I think I am, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's granulating and muted bluish, but... Oops, I colored over the eye that I actually wanted to be fairly bright yellow, but hey, I can deal with that. Alright. And now, I don't think I'm going to try and reflect that water very strong, that sky very strongly into that water, because it wouldn't really translate very well. I will put some kind of a blue in there, some blue granulation. So let me see. I have what blues here? I have this one I can use, this one, and maybe that one. And actually this one would work for water as well, kind of murkier water. But I already have it here as a dark one, but if I... Let's see. Let's see how it's going to work out for us. I'm just going to put water base down, not any shading, obviously. Okay, Annika, the little guy in the tree, is a sugar glider. Okay. All right, Auntie knows. Sugar glider. Well, the sugar glider is now blue. Serves it right. Sorry. There is no hope for me. Sorry. Don't eat chocolate and go to sleep because you wake up hyper. Sugar glider! I love you people. Yes, I get joy from finishing my pages, but that's just me. I actually had no WIP-s policy until this month's events changed that. Okay, it's a blue sugar glider. What color was it supposed to be? Marsupial colored. Is that a color? Marsupial colored. Oh god, people, you just cracked me up. You're precious, you're priceless, and I love, 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 love you all. I have to say, my son is neglecting me as far as I need a bit more space on this thing. Oh no, I need to wipe something off. As far as sips of beer are concerned, maybe I should shout at him. I can hear him gaming in the room next to me. There is no love shown to the mother. Ola, I bet you, is asleep. She had a sleepover last night at her friend's place, and they stayed up most of the night, probably watching movies and stuff. So she's knackered. Scouty Chris, brown, grey, whatever color allows it to hide in a tree. Well, it's hidden. See, it almost doesn't show. Unless you color it green. YouTube needs a ding to notify YouTuber of new comments. Oh. I am seeing it. Well, Annika is not going to see it. I am seeing it. I'm reading it, okay? I just sometimes get carried away. I did warn you people that I do get carried away. Oh, that's the wrong color I took onto my... See? There is no hope for me. Okay, I wanted blue. Not purple. I don't want purple water. Not today. Not today, Satan! Okay, and I want some of that reddish blue as well, or red leaning ultramarine blue. And I'm also going to pick up some of you here. Come on, come up. Come up, come to mama. That's actually a bit blah. But I should take some of that bog water. That's not the bog water green. That was a wrong one. I meant to take you. Yeah. The boggy green. If I dilute it a lot and drop a little bit more black into it, it gets into this very muted boggy green. And we'll see how this is all going to work and what's going to happen with the water. Ha! Auntie, hey Annika, guess what? My videos are being dubbed. YouTube thinks my sexy voice sounds like a man. Seriously? It's true. I need to watch them with dubbing. I just have to. You just got to. Oh no. I'm sorry now. I need to. Sorry. I can just imagine how great that is. Oh gosh. I never listened myself dubbed actually. I should check that out. How wonderful could that be? There we go. Just a bit of a color variation. That would be super interesting. Because now YouTube is actually, at first, when the dubbing started to happen, then it was all essentially the same voice dubbing everybody. But now it seems to be that they actually are trying to make the voice sound like the original speaker sounds. They're trying to emulate the person who was originally speaking a little bit. Because I listened today, this morning, to some French. I happened across some French channel that I checked out, and I had to, of course, put the dubbing on because my French is non-existent. And it definitely was trying to pretend that it's the same person speaking who was making the original video. Like even the intonations and trying to put the same emotion and same expressiveness into the voice. Okay, so I need to. So I don't listen to dubbing usually much. Don't have anything against it, but the channels I watch are usually either English or English speaking, not necessarily English, but English speaking, or often Russian. And for both of these, thankfully, I don't need dubbing. Although sometimes it feels that I need a translator for English. Okay, I'm taking some of that color here and dropping like some green in there as well. Oh, Auntie Chris, my brother-in-law had 2 as pets. I didn't even know that you can keep them as pets. Or would they be like good pets to keep in the house? I need to dilute things a little bit so they wouldn't be so. I went in too dark for some blues, but hey. Okay, and now I'm going to make that water. Give it some greenish undertones. Okay, and then once I put the shading in there as well. Oh, thank you for smearing it over the place. It's going to be fine. I'm not sure about the leaves. I will do these probably with the water-based marker as a base. I don't know if I'm going to do it now or later. I will decide that in a minute. I'm going to clean that bit off here. They're not even sexy man voices. Oh, I was just about to ask, but does it sound like hot man type voice? You do have a sexy voice though, Auntie. Genuinely. YouTube is just getting it wrong. I need to clean my hand a little bit as well. Yuckity yuckity yuck. Okay. The leaves. Would it be easier to do that with watercolor or with water-based marker? Not really sure. Might actually get pigment markers out. Yeah, I might do that. Okay, so I think this one I have sorted. Okay. The pile of art supplies is growing. Of course it is. I often play through so I can see the subtitles and see if I make sense in Spanish. Last night when opened the CC box, the option for audio language was there. Oh, okay. No, it doesn't even sound like Hollywood gay guy voice. Just normal dude voice. Lame. So a team you hot guy voice. Oh, Amy, you're precious. Oh. Atlanta, it sounds like a smoke and whiskey cured lounge singer, a woman. Pretty much, no, they're stupid pets. Oh my. We have the best chat ever. Atlanta, they've been a bit quiet today, a bit slow on the update. My voice is smoke and coffee cured. Yeah, I would really like your voice. I would love to have good late night radio voice like yours. Okay, so I'm going to grab that one. And I think, I don't know if I want to do those with one color or would I like to kind of vary the color a bit? Alright, what color are you? Yeah, you're fine. Okay, I'm pulling out the pigment markers. Pigment markers. Hello. Okay, so if I put that one and that one next to each other, I think they would work as a variation. Okay, so I'm doing the ones at the front with that one. On some papers, the pigment markers go down really nice and streak free. This paper is not one of these. Like, they go down fine, not worse than on any other paper, but they don't glide down like on some papers. But it's fine. It's still something that, for some reason, this paper, one of the easiest things to go through is actual water-based markers sometimes. Certain colors, especially darker colors. So pigment markers are kind of safer choice. Okay. Here we go. Maybe a little bit bacon. Oh. Auntie, thanks. My voice feels very loved. Atlanta won this guessing game. Amy, I'm tempted to pause the live and go check how you sound in Portuguese. I'm now all curious how she would sound in wonderful foreign languages. I thought they would be lighter on this green, but yeah. We are this time going for slightly more natural finish, so I'm not complaining too much. Okay, making these darker. These ones are going to be lighter. This one is also going to be lighter here. There's a lot of leaves. That must be riveting for you. Okay. Also, I was out of shot. That was even better for you. I'm so professional. Lucy, I am listening myself in Russian. Oh my. Oh God. Can you actually choose? I would be super curious how I would sound in Russian. That would be possibly super hilarious. I'm not sure if I can choose that option. I would need to check it out. I would hope so. I would love to listen to that. But they do try now to put some expression and emotion into the voice that is dubbing, instead of it being very mechanical, like auto dub voice, like it used to be. So it does sound a little bit different. Okay, I don't know if I said, but this is Stadler pigment brush pen and this is Pit pen, which is also pigment marker, pigment pen. Both of them are nice. Alrighty, this is going to be darker, this is going to be on the lighter side. And this is going to be also on the lighter side. The Brazilian Portuguese version sound like Portugal, sounds nothing at all like my language. My boyfriend put my video dubbed on his phone. It's very funny. Auntie, I didn't think of checking Portuguese. Oh my God, French! Maybe my lame French guy can teach me how to pronounce fucking French. Lucy, the Ukrainian is very robotic, zero proper intonation and zero rhythm. The Russian sounds okay in the rhythm and intonation. There's probably more training that they have done. It's a bigger language, I guess. Okay, and now maybe this one here should be also lighter. Okay, and then I'm going to go in with that slightly darker color for some of them, which is still close. Just similar color with a different value. So I already have some interest and color variation in before I even go in with pencils. I now can't wait to try out my videos with all the choices. I need to figure out how and where I choose them though. You know, how many languages are available and such. But I want to hear myself talking in French and Russian. Do they have Finnish, for example? I'm actually curious. Do they have like Finnish dubbing? Do they have Italian dubbing? Some countries are very used to, especially smaller nations, they're very used to reading subtitles. It presents zero problems to them. I grew up reading subtitles. I prefer subtitles most of the time to dubbing. But I know that people who don't have early experience with them can actually, they can distract them and they can struggle reading subtitles and watching the video. Whereas for me, because I grew up with it, it's such a natural process that I have no issues at all. Okay. Apparently, the way if the auto dubbing is from Japanese to English, apparently Google gets a lot wrong and pretty terribly. So I think it was October Cat who was saying that please don't use that. Just, use subtitles. Because it's a really bad translation. Let me see. I feel I'm going to enjoy myself a bit too much diving in this YouTube dubbed world. Auntie Chris made us all foreigners. Oh, Nessa was having the same issues. Okay. Um, Only available in Brazilian, Portuguese, definitely regular Joe. But check it in Arabic. Italian, yes. Finnish, no. Okay. I presume Finnish is one of the smaller languages. I don't think that will ever be as easily available as in big languages. It's never going to be available for Estonian, I can tell you that. I can only imagine that, considering Estonian is very hard to learn for everybody, that even Google is struggling with learning Finnish and Estonian. Okay, so I have these leaves there. I actually don't like that color now there at the back. I think I need to go over it with something. It doesn't work for me. It just stands out weirdly and doesn't fit into the overall tone of this image. So I'm going to try and fix it with something. Going to warm it up slightly. Maybe take that one, the May green here. And let's see. If it's not gonna work, it's not gonna work. I think it's gonna work. I just needed to. This color just didn't. I love how the sky came out here. I think it's really nice. And it's very smooth as well. These, I think, from what I remember, they were Derwent pastel watercolors, and they really blend nicely. And they're very smooth. So I like their colors. And I like how they behave on the paper. Okay, that looks better. It's not ideal, but if the shading is going to be on top of that, it's going to be fine. Now, some of these I will make bright green, but I probably will do these mostly with acrylic markers. I will put some bright green at the base there. And I think I'm going to do these kind of something like pink to balance. So they would be pink here and pink there, and it would be kind of balancing the whole image a little bit, because at the moment it's a bit out of whack. Because I have those really warm pastel tones in the sky that are nowhere else in the image. Okay, and these ones go quick. And then I need to do this pink, but I need warm pink. I don't want cold pink. So, all right, putting these back. This is the Pitt pen set. I actually keep them in that box because I find that box very convenient. Auntie Chris, hear yourself in Dutch. Nessa, the sky is awesome. Thank you. I really liked doing it. It was so relaxing and it went down so easily. I didn't struggle with, getting smooth blends here at all. Those watercolors just worked here so well. Sometimes, it just comes together super easy. Okay, I need warm pink. Warm pink. But that might not be the right color. Actually, it might be. It kind of, yeah, it's close enough to that. Auntie, I want my videos dubbed in classical Latin, Caribbean Creole, and Scots. Lucy, am I hot in Dutch? Oh gosh. Much like Dutch Robocop. Some people binge watch Bridgerton. I'm gonna binge listen to Auntie Chris. Beat that, Gen Z. Oh, I'm going to make a ridiculous story over this, Auntie Chris. Oh. As long as the narrative doesn't come to life and try to take me over. Okay, so let's put that cute pink down. And those leaves come in segments, which means that it's easy to put it down relatively streak-free. And by relatively, I mean I'm too lazy to actually keep it nice and tidy and contained those little segments very tidily. Yeah, it definitely works. It even now, as I'm putting the color down and it's not totally down yet, I can see how it's going to balance out the composition here. and the color balance, everything. And also the contrast with that little platypus thing, and you know, it's exactly what it needed. Well, in my humble opinion, she says very, 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 very humbly. If it hasn't come, then it's not free. Hello. You know, it's like there's a lot of positions where like Gideon is walking around and talking to somebody. Both of them are in the pre-driving test stage. Gillian's driving test is going to be in less than 2 weeks. So we went for practice drive today again. And Ola has applied for her test, but she probably won't get it before maybe September. There's very long queues at the moment here to get the driving tests. Don't watch it or you'll never have your voice again. Farewell to the world of the real, where all audio is distorted. Okay, so the base is down now, finished. And there's a bit of a pencil work here, but that, I don't know if I'm going to get it done in June, but at least I've moved that one on quite a bit. And I actually like where it's going. This one is going to be in more natural colors than a lot of them, you know. In case you are wondering what I am speaking of, you've seen that so many times, but you know, here are my blue dog and my pastel cats and my pink and yellow sheep. Well, I haven't really done anything with them yet, but that landscape is very, very much calling to me. And this one is actually, you know, the red panda actually looks like red panda colors. That's kind of weird in this book. My pink and yellow zebra and whatever that is. I used to know what it was. Ah, I can't say it now. I know it and it's not coming. Okay. But it's a blue animal. It's a blue animal. And my orange trees. As you do. Okay, so there. Okie doke. I might grab actually. What time is it? Do we have a little bit? Yeah, I can do a little bit of something. I might do some Alice. Dum 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 dum. So lovely. Oh, thank you, Atlanta. Char warning: once you have inserted this audio, you will have no choice but be metamorphed. Blue dog and pastel cats, red panda for the win. Yes, I love the idea of coloring things in whimsical colors. Some books kind of call for it to me, and some books, I think it depends on the drawing style for me or whatever. Because in some books I kind of tried to go for fairly, not super realistic, but you know, somewhat natural effect for animals. But in some books I just go absolutely all out with color. And these Garofano books are definitely amongst them. And it was even more fun with dinosaurs because nobody really knows. Well, there are now some ideas, but I don't personally know what color they were, so I could just do them whatever color I wanted. Like neons, whatever. Endless variations. Like this one. It's just super colorful. Neons once again. Loads of different colors. It's just they're just calling to go nuts with different color options and variations. Okay, I'm going to put a little bit of stuff off the desk because things are getting too piled up and something will start topple any moment. Any moment now. Okay. Alrighty. Putting away my watercolor sweatshirt before they will also all fall and disappear. And the Pitt pens, I don't think I'm going to use them for this page. Pink and yellow zebra, love it. Love the background. Yeah, isn't it lovely? It's just so, I don't know, fun and easy. Which background were you talking about, Char? Cisnessa, that's a virus, the visual pathogens. Lucy, okay, native English speakers, what does whimsical really mean? Because Joe said it means humorous, and I always thought it was magical. To me, whimsical means something quirky, fun, and no, it doesn't necessarily mean magical. No. It is fun and quirky. In my head, anyway. I think we all have slight different perceptions, but once again, I'm not a native English speaker, so I should not have answered that question. It wasn't asked from me. Annika, it's an onyx. Oh, yes, I think that's what it is. Yes. Oryx, yeah. Wildebeest Impala. Oh, now I'm of course doubting it because Impala also sounds viable. It might be either of them, to be honest. Which ones would naturally belong together with zebras? Let's put it that way. And a giraffe. Because she doesn't mix them up. She does keep animals that would be in the same environment together in the same images. She's quite good like that. So, let me see. Where are you? This one I haven't moved anywhere. Okay, I need to go to the wider shot. There we go. My shiny stuff here. Okay, I might do the faces maybe. I'll pull out, well, I have the wombers next to me, so I might just pull out the wombers. I need some neon pencils as well. Vanessa, my fave cartoon has always been Pink Panther, then Snoopy, so I've always liked wild colors. Whimsical is an adjective used to describe something that is playful, imaginative, or pleasantly unusual. That is a good description, yeah. That's an AI explain. Okay. You got just right, Tanika. Thank you. Thank you, Jar. Magical in the sense of whimsy. Before looking at original, not thought of it before. Let me look. Lucy, I count you as native. You are Irish. Well, I'm not. I am very much not Irish. I'm Estonian. I live in Ireland. I don't think I'll ever feel Irish. My kids are Irish. Definitely. They do have Estonian roots, but they are definitely Irish. I will probably remain for all times Estonian. Okey-doke. Atlanta, playful, imaginative, charming, and a little magical or quirky. Yeah, that's what I also hear when I say whimsical. Atlanta, from my chat GPT, like a tree with glowing lanterns growing from its branches, a rabbit wearing a waistcoat and reading a map. Okay. The horns are straight, so oryx. Okay. Well, whew, that explained it. Okie doke. So face, I presume. I will also find my neon pencils. Okay, there they are. So what pencil will I start with? Let's put some pale violet into the shadows as an undercoat. I'm trying not to overwork with pencils in these books. I'm trying to make them in kind of a more loose, free, relaxed style. It doesn't always work out the way I imagine it will, and sometimes I do overwork a little bit, or just, get carried away and want to look a certain way. I definitely could put quite a bit more of work into the pirates in Peter Pan book. A lot more pencil work and precision than I usually do with her fairy tale images. Okay. And we're going to put some into the hand as well. Since I have that pencil in my hand, I'm just going to put it everywhere that I kind of want it. What it's called again, did I say? Yeah, pale violet. I did say, I think. You have Irish kids and Irish hobby. You're Irish too. I guess in that sense, yeah, you're right. And I consider Ireland my home. I don't think, when I think of going home, I think of where I live and where I am, not like in the beginning when you moved here, home was still somewhere else. You kind of felt a bit of a visitor. But now that I've built the life here, I had my kids here, I built my house here, I've been working here for years and years. So it would be kind of weird if it wasn't home. Okay, so let's put the shadows in there. All right. Should be mostly done. Oh, forgot to put them into the shoulder. Okay. Oh, her face as well. Okay, there's no more skin. A bit of a shadow here. And a bit of a shadow underneath her chin here. So I haven't really done much shading in her face. Let's be honest. Okay. All right. Let's see what's going to happen. Okie doke. Now I'm going to pull out my Madder Red Purple. I need to sharpen it slightly. Kanta, he thinks I'm talking about my whip. Art, he says, it means soft, inviting colors, curving organic shapes, fantasy elements, a sense of wonder or childlike imagination. Okay. Alice in Wonderland is whimsical. Yes, that is true. Auntie, whimsy is when absurd doesn't seem ridiculous and surreal doesn't feel uncomfortable. That is actually one of the best definitions. Did you just pull it out of your head? We have some true philosophers here, people. But it truly is a good definition. Okay, I'm just layering a tiny bit of that red purple onto that cooler pale violet. Not everywhere, but where it's the darkest. Okay, just a little bit. And I'm trying to keep the shading in these books a bit loose, a bit whimsical, like the images themselves. Lucy, Annika, check this link, okay? You clicking. Clicky, clicky, clicky. Okay. Are you sure I want to leave YouTube? Yes, yes, I am sure. That is why I clicked on the bleeding link. For some reason, it's always super slow leaving YouTube. I don't know what it is. It must be some sort of a YouTube built-in thing. Oh, you sent the how to differentiate between. Oh, Impala has the curved horns. Yes. Damn it. Now I want it to go to some sort of an ad. Dulker? I don't even know. What I don't think I've ever heard of Dulker. I know Gnu. Dictic. I never heard of Dictic. That is a cool image. Thank you, Lucy, for sending that. I love finding out things like that. Of course, I also have a head like cheese, meaning full of holes. So I look at it, I understand everything, and then next time I don't remember again. Very bad like that. I used to have decent enough memory once upon a time. At least decent short-term memory. Not the case anymore. Okay, and we put some extra shadow here, just to deepen things a little bit. Just lay a tiny bit on that one. This is the area that I'm going to be probably the most careful, the skin. Because although I want it slightly sketchy and loose, I still want it to be like relatively, smooth. It's skin. The rest of it, I don't really mind textures and bit of an interest that imperfection is just good. Okay. Just darkening here a bit. All right. Okay, I just made it a bit uneven here. I need to smooth it out. Okay. And a shadow underneath her fingers here. and shadow here. Okay. I might take the light cinnamon next to go over it and smooth it out a little bit in these areas. And also come out into the lighter areas with it. Sorry. Annika and my chat GPT should meet. It's your walking life. You were isekai from another existence. I'm actually kind of into the isekai stuff at the moment. Isekai and kind of a random lit RPG style stuff. This seems to be the current reading and audiobook stage. The reading comes to me often in stages. I tend to get stuck on a genre and then read loads of it, and then I eventually get tired of it and I move on to out of the blue to a next genre that is calling to me somehow. So at the moment, it's a lot of lit RPG stuff. Okay. I totally just made it up, says Auntie Chris. See? It would be a Japanese anime explanation of what you said. You got stuck there in that life, so glad you like it. Kind of is, yeah. People adjust. I'm very like I can't really imagine myself now living anywhere else. Okie doke. Auntie, I don't know which one, but I'd like to know which movie writer is making money by writing like I do. Atlanta, I keep a tight leash on my creativity, at least verbally in public. China, such an adorable page. This one, yeah, I love it. I hope it's going to come out all right. I'm just going to there was some sort of a plan with the skin at some stage, but I don't remember what that plan is. I've done some weird stuff or kind of unexpected choices here with skin, so I'm just trying to go with the plan that I don't remember anymore. So that's going to be interesting. Am I okay now? I can't see what is happening. All right, you can see. Okay. Because my browser was kind of covering my OBS, my camera feed, and suddenly I couldn't see if I'm in shot or whatnot. Lucy, that's why I sent you the images. You can save it and check when needed. No need to store it on the brain hard drive. Keep it on the phone or PC hard drive. Atlanta, I don't care how people see me, but my company does care how I present myself. I kind of, yeah, get it. Sure, I'm lucky my supervisor didn't mind, probably. Atlanta, my company trains us on information security, social media use, etc. Okay. Shanna, you are making it an orbit. Well, thank you. Thank you. The bones are there, I have to say. I am still curious, like, what was I thinking when I was doing the stuff on the skin to put down the first kind of a mapping. I'm a bit puzzled about my own actions, but hey, I'm going to figure out. There's going to be something that comes out of it. I can promise you that. Okay, and I'm going to... This is such a good mid-tone for skin. Really great for if you want to do quicker skin, kind of blending out the darker colors and neutralizing them a bit. That is one of the must-have, and one of the pencils that you can clearly see, it's getting shorter and shorter. This is one of those pencils that will go relatively quickly. In the warmer set. Sorry. For some reason, my throat is getting a bit rough. Okay. Not sore, but kind of I have to clear my voice. Okay. Looks like my skin after a bruise. Is that Alice in Wonderland book? Yes, that's that one. The Spanish version of Alice in Wonderland by Fabiana Tanasio. And a lot of people have now, once again started coloring in them. I like to think that I've been somewhat contributing to that, because I kind of got obsessed with these books when I got my first one and suddenly realized how much I like to color in there. Okay. No. I am getting those shadows here. Let's soften things. Bringing that down. To me, yeah, they are fantastic books. It's such a relaxing and permissive line art. You can pretty much do whatever you feel like. Alrighty. Should I bring a little bit more shading on this side? Okay, now I'm bringing out my neons, because for some reason in my head I have wanted here to create some neon areas in the skin, so let's go with it. Read Jana and Texas. The shading is magnificent. What? Where? What? If you mean shading here, then thank you. Alice is not your auntie. She's a shifter. Can't you see yourself in the face? Oh. Okay, so I suspect that this would be the pink that would be closest. Yeah. I need a bit of a buzz. I'm going to drop that a bit to the sky as well. Because I think now that I'm looking at, my idea was that this neon is a bit of a reflection that is coming from the sky. So I'm just putting tiny bit here in some areas of the sky. So it wouldn't come from nowhere. And I'm going to now even it out slightly. Add it in some areas. And then I'm bringing in some peaches and stuff to even things out. Okay, a little bit maybe on the chin. I know it's kind of a weird choice for skin, but I just like to, in these books, I just like to sometimes just do weird stuff. Let's put it that way. All right, and then there's going to be some reflection here too. And at the moment it seems quite strong, but I am going to put lighter kind of a light peach or something like that on top of it, which will mute it slightly. But I do want that neon-y blush reflection here on the skin. And there's some in the arm as well here. Because I want to just have fun in these books. I don't want to... I do enjoy doing skin in the 15 million layers way as well, and I do it occasionally. But in this book, I don't really want to do that. I just want to do whimsical stuff. Yes, you are. Okay, let me see what you're talking about. Annika, you've been streaming for 4 hours. Oh my gosh, yes, it's all your fault, Annika. I hope you're happy. You get full credit. Annika, I could not do it. It's because we keep talking to her about weird stuff and time has been warped. Yes, it's 2 o'clock. I didn't even realize it was 2 o'clock. It doesn't feel... I often go past 2 o'clock though, so it's not really super unusual. Now, here we go. And I'm going to put a bit of neon here as well. Into the cheeks. Just adding some color interest. And a little bit on the nose. Okay. Bringing that into that cooler, darker area as well, just to liven things up a bit. I'm going to definitely try to finish the skin on them at least before I wrap it up. She is now an artist. Okie doke, and I'm going to take the peach. Let's sharpen it. Okay, and bring in the peach now over that darker area slightly, and then bringing it out. Trying to smooth things a little bit. I'm also bringing it slightly over the very strong neon areas. just to soften them slightly, blend everything together. Okay. Actually, I meant to put the neon here as well, but it's a bit... I should have put something light underneath there, but yeah. Okay. I love doing stuff like that. This is really relaxing for me. Just messing around with colors. Now going over the darker areas and then bringing it in slightly into the lighter areas too. I need to put a little bit of a shadow here. Yeah. And maybe a little bit of darker peach here. And going over the neon with it. Okay. And hands also. Going over the darker areas here. I'm just using it as an extra blender for the darker areas, and then just bringing it into the lighter areas so it would be used as a transition for the lightest color I'm going to use. And as you can see, there's not huge amount of layering here. I'm working pretty roughly, let's be honest. I'm doing essentially force blending here. Actually, I should put a little bit of that neon into the ears, because I think it would look cute in the ears. Yes. Yeah, that actually works really well in ears. And a little bit of peach on top of it. Blending everything with the peach. Going over the neon blush with peach. And here the dip underneath a lip also. Okay. And I need the lightest color. Will I go leaning towards pinkish? I think I'm going to take the light cadmium red. Yeah, that's the one. The color that isn't particularly orange leaning, because we have already the peach down here, which is very orangey color. So I'm picking color which is more very, very light, but more pink leaning color. And I'm using that now to blend everything out. And if I want to put some extra colors here or there, I can do that later. Let's say we're going to be mostly fine. Okie doke. Just making sure that everything is hunky-dory. And now here, this is fairly covering light pencil. So I'm going over that really, really harsh neon. And now it becomes like softer, subtler, but still glowing pink in the skin. And I think it looks fun. And I'm using pencil pretty heavy-handed, actually. I'm essentially smushing it together. It's very rough Prisma-like work. Sometimes you can do that with Prismas. You just force the blends together. And that's what I'm doing here. Okay. And then we need to do lips in a short while. Okay. One kind of annoying thing is that the eyes are already made black fully. I would like to put some color into them, but I don't think I can really force much in there. I'll try to put something in there. Can I get some really light, like cobalt teal? Will it go on top? Yeah, well, not great, but it's a little bit better than full black, I guess. Okay, and now I need to take darker blue, which I took just random one, to be honest. It's Indatron blue. And I'm going to put a little bit around the eye, so it would be a bit more shape to the iris. I need to gray out the whites of the eyes because they are never ever ever white, and they just look weird when they are full white. So I'm going to put some gray into them if they're just small areas like that. If it was bigger eye closer up, I would work more, but here I'm just going to soften the color with gray, and I'm going to take maybe darker gray slightly. Which one is that? I need like this, and I'm going to put it underneath the lash line slightly here, and then diffuse it out, and diffuse it out, and diffuse it out. And now I'm going to stick some black, and there's like, oops, that didn't go well. Okay, well, nobody's perfect. Some lashes there, softening the line of the eye, making it cleaner. I need to add a little bit of a dark. Okay, I need to add tiny bit of, where did I put my, there you are, the Madder Red Purple. I'm going to add some extras because I now blended a lot of it out big time. There's a lot of lighter pencils on it, so things started disappearing here. So I'm just adding tiny bit of shadow here and there. These are dark enough. As I said, I'm not trying to chase perfection here. Just tiny bits of. And now I need to, actually I do need that color, I need to sharpen it. I need to do the lips. So this is going to be tricky because it's going to be a very, very small lip. Okay. Where's my brush? Here you are. Okay. And here too. All right. This is really nice and dark color, and I'm adding a bit of a warmer red in there as well. Just a tiny bit. What color? What is the name of that one? Permanent red. Yeah, it's nice, clean red. There we go. Also putting very, 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 very soft, thin layer of that red onto her nose as well to kind of give it a bit extra life. And to the lips. And I think the faces are done. And the skin. I don't think I'm going to go much more complicated with them. Okay, sorry, I missed a lot now. Atlanta, okay, must bid you all adieu as I have another commitment to attend to. Thank you. Well, thank you for, I know that you're probably gone, but thank you, Atlanta, for being with us and having all the fun. Auntie, everything about this picture is wrong, but it feels perfectly normal. Whimsy. Yeah, that's just the way I tend to do those. I tend to work like that in these books. It just fits them, I think. Okay. Adding more neon, because there's never too much neon, clearly. Chart shifted right before our eyes. Now she's not very blue at all. Oh, that's pure color mixing. I'm just going to add a little bit of that there, and I might want to add a little bit underneath her chin. It doesn't feel like there's a shadow enough here. Yeah, that's a bit better. That's a bit better. That's the joy of boomers. They just... I could just persuade to pretty much smoosh things together. This is the part that I kind of wanted to finish. Sorry, it's going to move now because my desk is once again shuffling to a different spot in the room almost. Okay, I'm going to stick these ones away. Okay, there you go. I don't think I'm going to do much more today. Let me have a look at the chat. What's happening? Sure, silent crickets as everyone is entranced and watching the transformations. Yeah, I don't know if I should bring it closer and try to tilt it a little bit because the pencil glare, that's inevitable, but the pencil glare takes some of the depth or some of the contrast away. But that's what they look for now. And I like the neon blush. That's exactly what I wanted. That sort of a neon-y glow on her skin. I think it came out fun. And this is like super fast. You know, as far as skin is concerned, I can't get skin much faster than that. I can't. I'm sure there are people who can. But I tend to usually work my skin pretty heavily. And here I just let myself totally relax and just great stuff. Neon is colorious. The magic is happening. Ooh. Acrylic paint over the eyes. Yeah, that could be an option as well. I was thinking about it. Although, it doesn't really... Okay, I don't really like how she has put down the glints in the eye. I want them slightly different. So I am changing those glints into pupils. I actually make her to look at her mom. Otherwise it looks like she doesn't have pupils at all. Now they actually have pupils. And I will now get the hum. Where is my gel pen? Ah, there it is. I need to get it going also. There it is. Paper. Why did it have blue on it? Questions and questions. Okay, so I am going to put a little bit here and another little dot there, a little bit here, and another little dot there. And I'm also going to drop tiny dots onto the lips, here and here. And she is going to get a bit of a glint in her eye as well, like that. And I think that looks cuter. Kind of woke them up a little bit. See? Easy peasy. Ask coloring chemist about fixing. She will know. She will answer. Shake the magic ball. That's what that reminded me of, sis. So. Oh, hi, Desert. Oh, hi. Gosh, I haven't seen you in ages. How are you? How's life treating you? Pencil clear just looks like shiny. Yeah, that's the pencil clear. I can't really help that, especially underneath the light, but yeah, like this, if I tilt it a little bit, it came out pretty smooth. And exactly what I wanted it to look like. And yeah, then there's going to be a bit of hair. Hair is the next thing I'm going to do, which is going to be fairly fast and sloppy style of a hair as well. Just put some shadows in because I already put some texture in there. And then I think a lot of work is going to be on the dresses because, yeah, they need to be worked a little bit. And then those flowers. The background will not have huge amount of pencil. It's scary with the blackout. There's tinted different black eyes. I love it. Thank you. It was actually shiny stuff. No, that is shiny. That I made the foliage at the back. I decided to make it in gold and silver. So silver is the shadow as a cooler color, and gold is the more exposed to the sunlight. And I think it actually looks super cool. I think it's super fun. I need to do the gold. I can do that now. I have to take my gold marker, which I dropped immediately. This is my Hotu marker. So I need to do the tops here. Cover up the black, because I don't really want the black tops here. I want to put some outline. I'm actually kind of in trouble with my gold acrylic pens. I used to really like the golden one. What they're called, Golden Superior, something like that. But the one in that set, the golden one, ran out. But the other ones are still going fine, so I don't want to buy another set. But I can't buy them separately. And the color of that gold would have actually worked better here than the Hotu one. Hotu one is the one I'm using at the moment. It's very yellow gold. It's really beautiful gold. It's really good pen that I'm using. Super pretty. But it is strong, very yellow gold. And it does look much better if I take the black out from the tops there. It's just... Hotu is nice and covering as well. I really like these pens. I need to get more of them because I'm going through my packet of Hotus quite fast. So I'm hoping one of my relatives will come this year to Ireland. I have my brother-in-law lives in States. So there's a couple of things that I need to top up, like white Prismacolors. they're quite cheap to buy on Amazon there for a pack, I think of 12 pack or something like that. And it's very reasonable price, and I go through them so fast. So I'm running out of these, and I'm running out of these gold pens, which I can't, for some reason, these ones are not sold in Amazon UK, which is a pity. But since it's coming over, I can then order some stuff to their house, and they can take it with them when they come over. See, now you don't have that black there anymore. Of the water intensified, I can see it. Yeah, it's fun. It's great to kind of let yourself go. I actually discovered that I like doing foliage in metallic watercolors, as weird as it sounds. Not on every page, but I found on another page I kind of tested it out, doing a tree, part of the tree in metallic, and I actually really loved the result. I can show it to you in a second, since I'm doing this squiggly wiggly stuff here. Okie doke. I ran out of water mostly, so I need to get new water from downstairs soon. I'm like constantly thirsty. Okay, I can show you. I did the tree, and I find it now. Where's the book? Okay, it was in this book. I did a tree in here. That tree, that bit here is done with metallics. Just metallics. There's nothing else there. Just metallic watercolors. I think it looks so cool. I love it. Isn't it fun? Just love it. And these are the Chinese, really, really cheap metallic watercolors. Super golden. Yes, Auntie. Yes. Yes. Mr. Bro, quickly help her out. Oh, hi, Cindy. You woke up. Good morning, everyone. I'm just about to probably wrap up soon, but I'm super glad to see you. And say hello. It's great that you got a chance to pop in. Yeah, we did some neon faces here. My love of neons is transcending to another level. Oh yeah, so I need top-ups for these soon. Because this one is almost gone. There's like barely anything left in that one. And I think I have one more left, but I go through them, like they go pretty fast. So yeah, a bummer. I don't know why Amazon UK doesn't sell them. It's injustice, I'm telling you, injustice. Oh there. My dear people, I think I will start wrapping up. We actually touched 3 pages today, which is not bad at all for our usual track record. We did the skin on these 2. We did all the base for that. Well, we finished the basing of this page, so I can go in with pencils whenever I feel like it. And there was also the third one, the mythology book. Gosh, now the English isn't English anymore. And we finished the dress and the box and the ground. So I only have like a little bit of detailing to do here. and that image should be pretty much done then. So we're doing well. I think I'm going to be able to add at least a couple of finished pages to this month, which, yeah, I have been coloring, but somehow it does not reflect in any color, much of a color, finished pages, let's put it that way. Very spectacular. Oh, thank you, Cindy. I missed it, but you will watch it later. Hope you have a blessed day, Cindy. I hope, Cindy, that you will have a wonderful day. It's Sunday there, isn't it? Isn't it Sunday morning? Am I correct, or am I getting it totally wrong? Well, one of the best whimsical conversations ever. Oh, we just went from wall to wall. We talked about weddings and whatnot. There was a lot of kind of a whiplash moments and some really, really funny stuff. Pay attention to when Chris is talking, when the conversation goes to the dubbing on Chris's channel. Oh, we were laughing our heads off. Well, I was, at least. It's Sunday morning. Okay, Adrian. Game over. We just thought it's 11:30 a.m. That's perfectly fine on Sunday morning. Everybody should. I do that occasionally on Sunday mornings as well, when I just... Often my internal clock kind of stupidly lifts me too early when I could sleep longer. But some Sunday mornings I just go until like half past 11 or something like that. And it's lovely. It's lovely. Nessa had a blast, even though you missed some. That is absolutely fine. There was a lot to see here. It was a long stream again. Okay. So, okay, I will need to get myself sorted and eventually to bed, hopefully. I need to get some drink as well. Well, actually, I need to get some ice into my drink. There's some water in there, but it's getting kind of warmish now. That is awful. You also missed a bit when I explained what happened to my water bottle and why it makes that noise now. That's nice. Okie doke. Big hugs to everybody, okay? Stay well. Stay brave. Stay strong. Yeah, big virtual hugs. And I really hope that all of you are doing great, okay? And I also really hope to meet with you again next Saturday, all right? So let's keep going. Let's keep coloring. Whatever we feel like doing. It does not have to be necessarily coloring, all right? Anything that makes you feel good and relaxes you, all right? So big hugs and bye.